Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Whew, I'm still drinking my coffee here to give me like a minute to actually finish the cup. And then we can go back into it. So, I was actually debating whether or not I should stream Divinity or Demon Souls, but I really want to continue with Divinity as well. It's just that Demon Souls was also an absolute blast yesterday. I may have wanted to stream longer. The thing is, I really like streaming like long times, get completely immersed, right? Don't really think about anything else. That's super fun. But at the same time, there are a couple things that I kind of neglected yesterday. So, well, not really. I just need to wash my clothes today, I guess. Yeah, not a big deal, but sometimes it's a little bit hard, right? When you don't really want to interrupt playing a game because it's so fun to just completely lose yourself in it. That's the most fun time you can have with gaming, especially. Or, well, with any type of media, really. I mean, a series works like that, right? I do remember back when Game of Thrones was good. No, but I mean, I don't know. I got into Game of Thrones really late, right? And basically just bought the seasons on Blu-ray. And so I don't know what season it was. It must have been third or fourth or something. I literally sat down in the morning, right? Popped the first Blu-ray disc in and watched the entire season in one go. I mean, I know a lot of people are doing that, but it's just incredibly fun, right? Get completely immersed in it. One of my favorite days of all time probably is still when I got, I mean, you know what? I don't want to get into it. Is when I bought the 7th Harry Potter book on release day, right? I bought it. I do remember back in the day. When was that? Like 2007, I think? Somewhere around that. So my mother actually bought it for me at that point, and I had a nice breakfast with her in town, right? We went to the bookstore and they had like a special sale. I think they even opened up like 1.5 hours early or something, right? So that people could buy the new Harry Potter book. And yeah, we went there, had breakfast, bought the book, and I came home and just read it. And I remember sitting on, you know, the couch in my parents' living room, and it was, I don't know, 3 in the morning or something when I finished, and I literally didn't do anything else. I just sat there, read the book. Well, I did have lunch at some point, but yeah. And that's, you know, the absolute best thing is when you can just really lose yourself in a really good piece of entertainment, right? And it's the same with games for me, right? When I can start a game and just, you know, just play it without any sort of thought behind it, without any distracting. That's what I wanted to say. Distracting factor, right? Which is also why, well, especially these days, I try to do everything I can to get, you know, important stuff out of the way so that I can be sure when I start playing a game, there's nothing else that I need to do, right? And I don't care how long I go. It's just, that's the best, right? When you're able to do that, it's absolutely awesome. And super fun. Anyways, Divinity. Let's get into it. Let's do this and load up the game here in a second. We left off, as the stream title suggests, with Hunter's Edge, and I was quite surprised how elaborate that village seems to be, because I did get like 7 new quests that are all related to Hunter's Edge, which I find really interesting, and in a weird way would have liked to see what had happened if I had just attacked the village. So there's 2 factions that are occupying Hunter's Edge currently. There are the orcs, and there are sort of northerners. They're, I guess, a little bit Scandinavian fantasy figures, I guess. And so Viking type people, right? They don't like each other very much. But they've both been... Oh, what the heck was that? That's from my chair. Ugh, for fuck's sake, I hate that. I need to glue that on at some point. Anyways, they don't like each other very much, right? They I guess have different philosophies. They just in general normally wouldn't work together, right? Under normal circumstances, they probably would just bash each other's heads in. But they're both working for Leandra and have been tasked with... do we know what exactly they've been tasked with? Basically kill and enslave people. Well, they have been working in tandem with the people that occupied the mines, right? So they took over Hunter's Edge, sold off the people they found there as slaves, and brought them over to the mines. And the people they killed, they resurrected and brought back as zombies to work on the tenebrium in the mines, as we saw back when I was there. But they're... Well, obviously they're really ruthless, and they even, if they find somebody within their own ranks not doing what they want them to do, they literally hang them. And there are a bunch of nefarious and fucked up people that we've met in town so far, like the executioner, who seems to treat the people he hangs as his own children to an extent, and he talks about them, you know, in a weird sort of sweet voice, and yeah, it was really disturbing. And then there is a shaman or something who controls rats in the village that tell them whenever there's still somebody hiding somewhere, and there is a family that's also hiding somewhere. I'll get into that in a second here. Just... All right. Yeah, let's load up the game. See what's happening there. Right, another thing, I almost forgot about that. So, well, as I said, there have been several quests that we accepted while in the village. Some were kind of funny. There was a skeleton who couldn't decide what head to put on. And he put on a different, well, head, right? Face? No. Skull, right. He put on a different skull and suddenly became a completely different person, which had all kinds of weird implications, but, you know, it was just for fun. But we do know that there is a family still hiding somewhere. I kind of figured out where they are, or where there seems to be some sort of secret entrance to a cellar, but I don't know how to open it yet, or how to get there, right? What else was there? Right, so they have the barkeep at the local inn so far has been surviving by just producing as much alcohol as he can to the orcs, right? And so they're all kind of satisfied because they have something to drink, but his supplies are running low. So obviously he's afraid that once he runs out of alcohol, the orcs are, well, probably won't be pleased about that, right? And there seems to be a way to actually brew some whiskey or something. So yeah, all kinds of different things. But I did leave off with a situation that I was not really expecting to turn out that way. So what I did was I walked upstairs in the inn, right? What we found was a bunch of dead people that had been killed. You know, when they took over the place, they just sadly killed everybody that was upstairs in the inn, I guess. We did find an orc there. An orc who seems to have the mind of a very, very young child, right? He wanted to play with us, and he seems to be completely unaware of what he's actually doing. And he's more or less, like, he's a big fellow, right? Really, really, seems to be really, really strong. And it looks like what they did in a fucked up way is they tricked him into thinking, because he's not really bright, right? Or maybe he is really young. It's difficult to figure out, though, with his size. I think he just, you know, maybe has the brain of a child still, even though he physically isn't anymore. But they seem to have tricked him into thinking that when he's killing people and torturing them, they actually like that, right? So for him, it's literally just a game. He thinks that humans are just puppets to play with, and whenever he kills them brutally and murders them, gouges their eyes out, that they like that, right? So kind of a tragic figure, though on the other hand, I think I was talking about that last time a little bit. I don't know. Like, obviously it's really, really fucked up, right? He isn't entirely at fault here. But at the same time, well, it's difficult. I'm not a psychologist, obviously, right? I can't be entirely sure about this, but I think most people would at least have a feeling for when they're doing something that literally threatens the lives of other people, or, you know, completely, like, frightens them in a really, really brutal way, right? I think you'd be aware of that. Now, again, we don't know what they subjected this orc to, so I'm fairly certain that there is a threshold that you can cross where you, for some reason, maybe your mind even subdues the doubts about that, and you just go along with it because you just can't cope in any other way, right? So again, I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how that would work for humans, and I don't want to, I guess, overinterpret it here. Bottom line is, it's just really, really fucked up. And, well, even though he clearly didn't really know what he was doing or how much pain and death he was causing, Medora, who stems from Hunter's Edge, right, and who the entire time was already pretty on edge, pun intended, about the whole situation, she, you know, she was confused at first talking to this orc, because she realized, well, he isn't really entirely irresponsible for what he did here. But at the same time, she also couldn't forgive him, and I guess also wants this to stop, right? And I kind of want to agree with her there, right? I mean, as bad as it is for this orc, he's still responsible for countless murders. So he needs to be stopped, right? Obviously, in the real world, imprisoning him, maybe trying to help him with some therapy or something would be probably the correct way, but obviously in this world, dealing with him, you know, by getting rid of him is probably the only real choice we have. I didn't really expect that me talking to the orc, because obviously I wasn't aware of that entire situation before I talked to him, didn't really expect it to turn into a fight. So what's going to be interesting to see is what happens once we kill him. It might be because we're, you know, on the first floor of the inn. No, second floor, not first floor. What am I talking about? The second floor of the inn. That nobody else really sees that or is aware of what we're doing here. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting whether or not this has implications for the rest of the village and the rest of our infiltration here. But yeah, let's start with some combat. Right on cue, last point of my... Alright. my coffee. Okay, yeah, there he is, Mr. Norok. So he seems to be a pretty tough guy, and he's dealing an insane amount of damage, which that's probably going to be the biggest issue here. So I think whatever I do is I somehow need to incapacitate him. It's most likely going to be a bit of a problem. As long as he can't do anything, it's going to be fine. But as soon as he does, as you can see, so he can do about 500 damage per hit, which would, if he gets a turn on one of my characters, probably one-shot them. Even Medora could be at risk here. So I need to do something that incapacitates him to some degree. Static Cloud probably isn't the solution here. I mean, I could shoot it, you know, over here somewhere. I could try to knock him down, but I feel like... Let me just double check. So he has 6 bodybuilding. 4 willpower. Yeah, that 6 bodybuilding is going to be pretty difficult to get around. Could try to infect him, because that would lower his constitution and bodybuilding. The problem is that would also infect me, most likely, because I'm really, really close to him. So I don't think that's really going to work. I could try to poison. Does he have high poison resistance? I think the orcs all do, right? Well. See, yeah. I mean, my other characters are still going first, so hopefully that'll allow me to do something here. Armor piercing arrow isn't really gonna help that much. Yeah, I could try to knock him down. I could also... I could do this. I could try to freeze him. Maybe that'd help. The problem with the static cloud is it's way too big. Poison doesn't really do enough. Infected would get everybody else infected. Charming... I don't even know how charming works when there's only one enemy. I guess they just won't attack me. I don't know, but I'm attacking them, so it might stop them from being charmed. I don't know. Or I could try to knock down. But I think in this particular case, going for freezing... It gains increased armor rating. I wasn't aware of that. Well, the thing is, he's standing in this room, right? So maybe actually just going further back might not be the worst idea. The problem is... I'm going first. Let me see. The static cloud would be really good if my other 2 characters would have gone first. God, this is gonna be really, really difficult. How the fuck do I incapacitate him? Just shooting him with knockdown arrows, I don't know how effective that really would be. I'd honestly, moving back slightly might not be the worst idea either, considering how strong he is. Shooting him with an ice arrow is just... I feel like it's not going to do enough. Oh boy. Yeah, this is... let me double check. Do I have... another item or something. Oh wait, I have stunning arrows. I've never used these. Ah, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Why aren't they on my hotbar, by the way? Might also be good to curse him. Do I want to try that first, or... Why did I remove so many arrows from my hotbar? Weird. Is there anything else that I forgot about? Or the cloud stuff, but that's not gonna help. Well then, slow down. A slowed status on him would probably help out a bunch too. But yeah, this probably helps out more. If I can stun him, that is. Shit. I mean, at least it's dealing damage. Only take half of all physical damage. Yeah, see, the question is, I could also move back. I don't know how far he can move. But in this particular case, moving away from him might not be the worst idea, to be honest. There we go. And then... Increasing his willpower. Well, I probably won't be able to fear him. Don't want to freeze him either, though. Well, I can try to... You know, if I summon in a summon, obviously that could distract him. Hopefully enough to not hit other people. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I should probably do that, just to be sure.
Shadows of hell, breathe life into you.
Because if he hits the swordsman, then that's definitely better than when he hits me. What's his earth resistance? 50%. Turning him to stone? Probably not necessarily going to work, huh? Immune to being electrified. I can freeze him. Do I have anything else that might be of use here? Blitzbolt. Shoot a bolt of electricity that deals air damage. Chance to set stun status. Yeah, the problem with that is that the... I mean, I'm just gonna do it, honestly. Yeah. I mean, at least he takes a fair bit amount of damage from those, but... Fortifies 3. I'm just really afraid he's just gonna one-shot one of my characters. That would be really bad. How far can I move with 2 AP? Hopefully far enough. Let's try to slow him down. Ah, thankfully, at least that worked. Let's move here. Alright. Slowed down, and now I can... Well, honestly, blinding him might be more worth it, right? Compared to trying to stun. I mean, I'm close enough to do this, though, which is pretty good. Ah, finally. Holy shit. Alright. Definitely want to keep Headvice, though, because being able to blind him after he gets released from the stun is probably a really good idea. Let me see. Should I summon in Nick? Let's do that.
Come forth and weave a tale for me.
Main thing here is that I really just want to try and get my ranged attackers out of harm's way. Alright. But with the stun, that should hopefully work out. Well, if I move behind him... Oh no, he's already flanked. I don't know. Do I want to risk this? Eh, sure. The door is technically, you know, fairly strong. Will receive all of the damage you receive. Yeah, that's not really all that important right now, I feel like. Hopefully it doesn't have, like, super strong ranged attacks or something. That would be bad. Okay. Cripple failed. I don't know if I want to turn on her defensive stance. I think I'm gonna leave that off for now. And only do it if it feels like I'm going to, I'm going to be at risk here. Let's see, do I have anything else? I could increase my strength, but, don't know how much that helps, honestly. Yeah, let's just keep the rest of our points for now. Problem is, if I bleed him, there is going to be a bunch of blood on the floor. And if I then try to stun him again... Yeah, might not be the best idea, but...
Stay back, my friend.
I love that he just frickin' throws that his foot every time. Okay. Perfect. So that worked, at least. Let me see. Am I still close enough for this? Yeah. Should I? No, I don't actually have enough action points for that. Because I was thinking about maybe lowering his armor class with the silver arrow. But I think this should be fine. Yeah. The thing is, his HP, you know, it's not too bad. He isn't necessarily the strongest enemy. I'm just really, really afraid that he can just simply one-shot one of my characters as soon as he isn't stunned anymore. Oh, wait, did he... Yeah, he saved against the slow, I think. That's not good. That's really not good. Thankfully, Medora is still in range. I hope he just doesn't decide to, you know, suddenly walk around the other characters. And, cursed and weakened. Well, he is still stunned, but... It's probably not the worst idea to keep multiple things on him just in case. Nope. Never mind. Alright. Should I move... I don't know. I'm still just in range for... Yeah, let's just move to the same position as Predator. Just in case. And I do need to move my main back as well. Okay, don't want to freeze him, though. What's this again? Oh, yeah, I can make someone invisible. Ah, it's so cool. The amount of spells that I have now is just really crazy to me. Okay, let's see. So he is technically still stunned for a turn. Well, hopefully that it stays that way. Just see. Is there blood on the floor? It's really, really hard to tell. I think there was like a speck of blood before. It's always really, really difficult. I wish there was... So, you know, when you select, let's say Blitzbolt, right? And I target him... I think what it should do actually is highlight any liquid that's on the floor, you know, water, blood, and whether or not another, well, any entity really is at risk of also being stunned by this. It would be really cool if they highlighted that a little bit more. It's not a big deal when you're aware of it, but it's still, it can just be annoying, is the main point here, I think. Do I want to try to set him on fire? The thing is, he is quite weak to air attacks, right? Yeah, and he has 60% fire resistance. Water would be good as well, but... Thankfully, I do still have headvice that can really help me out here, I think. God, I hate when the camera does that. Man, it's always really difficult to decide. The thing is, I could just do Blitzbolt and then move back again. I mean, yeah, I kind of just want to, you know, get the damage going. Okay. He technically got stunned again, I guess. Hopefully that's actually far enough for him to not immediately attack any of those guys. Although, you know what's going to happen is he's probably going to turn around and just one-shot Medora for some reason. Hopefully that's not going to happen, but you never know. Right. I could do the Shackles of Pain, but since I don't know whether or not he's actually going to hit Medora, I don't think it really makes that much sense to do that. Alright. Thankfully, he really doesn't have too much HP. This would have been a lot more difficult if he had like 5k or something. Do I want to try that or just do a normal attack? Honestly, I'm just going to do a normal attack.
I'll defend you till my death rattle.
Alright. Still stunned for the time. I already did that. Why does this cost 7 AP? Fucking hell. Doing normal attacks probably going to help out more, right? At this point, utilizing a silver arrow, I don't think it's going to help that much anymore. I could... Yeah, honestly, the cursing arrow might not be the worst idea. As I said, just in case, right? And then... But do I want to try a knockdown arrow? I still don't understand whether or not when it says immune to knockdown, it actually means completely immune to knockdown, or whether or not it just means that he had like 100% resistance to it. Because you know, technically that's a little bit of a difference. Should I do Oath of Desecration on Medora? And thankfully she's fortified. I don't know how much longer my summons are gonna stick around. Hopefully they don't. Who stunned him? My main, right? So if he saves against that, or technically if he isn't stunned anymore, my main should be or rather, because my main's first, it should display that correctly, hopefully. What was his resistance again? Water's 20, Earth is 60. So doing normal attacks isn't really going to help that much. Problem is, Ice Shot would create would create ice on the floor. Although technically, would that really be that bad? Hit chance doesn't really help much. I could drain his willpower, even though that doesn't really help me either. I don't know. Do I want to try to just freeze the area around him? I don't know if that helps necessarily. I also don't know if the turn order is going to stay the way it's now. I did reduce his speed, right? So I guess technically it should. So let's do that on Medora. Because hopefully that way I will be able to kill him. And then maybe just do this. don't know if I'm risking too much with it. Freezing failed, but it also didn't create any sort of annoying ice or something. Honestly, that should deal a bunch of damage.
Mommy, it hurts. It hurts.
I want to... So he started to cry, right?
Mommy! That hurts.
Yeah, I don't think he's really prepared for... Because he's only really... He's never really fought anyone, I don't think. All the people that he killed here were probably... Well, he just killed them because he thought he was going to play with them, right? But they probably didn't really stand a chance against him. I don't know. I was just... Do you think you could... Do you think you can stop the encounter or something? Talk to him again? But then again, Medora probably wouldn't want that. Okay, yeah. Might have been the cursed arrow that set him in, you know, the turn order set him behind Medora. Guess that was fairly important. I'm sorry, Norok.
The dog deliverance!
Not necessarily what I wanted, but I mean, you didn't really leave me much of a choice. I was halfway expecting somebody else to go up to come up the stairs, right? And now Medora just doesn't mention that again, or what's going on?
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadows.
The dread orc is dead. Are you satisfied?
Well, comrade, I'm a source hunter, born, bred, and trained. And that there was a soul bent on committing evil deeds. I know full well he wasn't 100% accountable for his crimes, but I couldn't have stood to leave him living knowing there'd be a next victim.
Yeah. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with her here. It really... As she said, he's not 100% accountable for what he did, but at the same time, we couldn't really let him live, right? Because there is a chance he would have just done it again, and we certainly don't have the time nor the ability to, you know, change him in his ways, so...
I'm no fool, comrade. I know it wasn't an easy case, not nearly so easy as I dreamed it to be. But I believe we've done right here today.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Revenge of the Source Hunter. Medora told us her story. She was responsible for the village of Hunter's Edge, but unknowingly stole an orcish bloodstone. The orcs invaded and slaughtered the village's inhabitants. She managed to escape and now seeks her revenge. We killed Norok. He may not have been aware of his crimes, but he was dangerous nonetheless. Interesting that counts as the quest being done. And yeah, as you can see, we got a lot of stuff, right? So that's what I talked about with the barman who needs something to drink desperately. Well, not he does, but his customers. Then we have the rats in the village. We have, right, the leader of the warriors wanted to talk to us because they, you know, as I said, they don't really like the orcs don't really like them. And the Jarl guy seems to want to discuss something with us. And they all think, by the way, that we are part of the Immaculates. And the warriors in this particular case were quite glad to see another sort of human being part of the Immaculates and sent here. And then obviously they're still also looking for the wizard that's living here. And that's sort of the main quest, the person that we're also looking for. Ikara's lover, I guess, right? Right, then we actually found a gay couple, right? An orc and one of the warriors who found each other and apparently like each other a lot. But obviously they don't want anybody to find out. Is I feel like that would end really, really badly for both of them. So I kept quiet, but the quest didn't finish. So I wonder if there is a way, because I thought that, you know, when I talked to them at first, that there might be a way to smuggle them out of the village or something. Maybe it's just that the quest is going to finish when we, you know, deal with the orcs here in general. But yeah, I just told them, yeah, I'm not going to tell anybody, and that was it for the time being. But the quest is still here, so I don't know. Maybe there is a way to help them escape the town or something together. What else? Right, so there is an orc that sells tenebrium weapons, even though they're not really supposed to. So Gruntilda is the leader of the orcs, and she more or less seems to be responsible for gathering everything that they find, right? And I guess I mean, at the end of the day, they're utilizing the tenebrium for their bloodstones, right? And for the Death Knights that Leandra is creating. So I think they wouldn't be too thrilled to find out that an orc has sort of put, you know, some of the tenebrium stuff to the sidelines and selling it. But yeah, it gave me a quest. I don't know what I can do about that other than actually just buying the stuff myself. Right, and then there's also Cordelia, right? Who is the main, what's it called? Well, she's resurrecting all the corpses to make them work in the mines, right? And she's also the one, apparently, who came up with the bone totem that we destroyed in the mines that was controlling the skeletons. So we freed them, thankfully, but yeah, she's the priestess that was responsible for all of that, it seems. Again, gave me a quest. I guess I somehow have to get rid of her. We'll see. And then apparently there's an armory key that's gone missing. And, well, one of the lieutenants was looking for it, but, well, they didn't originally wanted to tell us that it is missing. I think I overheard that somehow. And, yeah, as I said, they're looking for it, and they don't want Gruntilda to find out, naturally. And I think that's more or less what's going on here. The rest of the stuff is still, you know, old quests. Still kind of funny to me that it was fairly easy to get into the village by just presenting one of the Immaculate Amulets. So that way I didn't really have to go through the whole infiltrating quest that starts in Silverglen, but it's going to be interesting to see how that works out, because I kind of still want to go into that trial cave that's next to Silverglen. But yeah, no idea what's going to happen there. Let me just do a quick save. I'm going to be right back, just taking a very short break. Be right back. Okie dokie. Let's continue this. Let's see. Building of a woman, wooden figurine. I'm pretty sure this is just, you know... Yeah, sure. Can we not? He's just dead, I guess. Yeah, he didn't drop anything either. It's gonna be really interesting to see whether or not his death has any sort of implications for the whole town. I guess I already looked at these, huh? Maybe? Wait, I don't think so. Yeah, he didn't drop anything. There's just a bunch of bodies here. People that the orc most likely killed. I think I already looked at all the rest of the stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I'm certainly still sad, right? To a degree. This is certainly a difficult situation. But also one that, at the end of the day, I don't think really left us with much choice I mean, had I known beforehand, obviously I could have just left him here, but then again, there is or was a legitimate possibility that he would just go on, continue killing people, even without knowing that that's bad, and yeah. Anyways, let's see if anybody reacts to it. They might have not noticed that we did this.
I'm overheating here. Freshen this.
Of course, oh mother, of course.
My eye on you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really noticed us doing that, but obviously at some point in the future there might come a point where we, or rather somebody might notice it.
What is it, monkey face? The All-Mother won't tolerate your distracting her right hand.
I still don't know why Grutilda seems to have a goblin helper. Don't know how that happened. Don't know why he's whoa, even helping her. Anyways, what can you tell me about your master?
She is the sun and the moon, the mother of all and the sister of none. We live in her shadow and at her feet. We live only to serve her.
I don't know, somehow that doesn't sound right, huh? I mean, almost as if she somehow tricked him into thinking that? Difficult to say. Before I talk to Grutilda, though, let me find the Jarl again. Or he's not the Jarl, he's actually called Jarl. Or Jarl? Jarl? No idea where he went, though.
The cards are shuffled. Now, place your bets.
That him? Yeah, alright. Can we go in here, or...?
In from Silver Glen, Flatlander. You ain't got the rot, have you?
Nope.
Queen of Diamonds.
I'm just gonna quick save because I'm not sure whether or not they're going to attack me. Tribesman's warehouse. I guess not. Okay, there is a hatch here.
Going to call that hand.
Bugger me sideways. I'm out.
And they're playing some form of poker, I guess. Julian, Lemmy, and Richard.
Welcome he is too.
Alright. I guess now we're allowed to just walk around here. Because previously I don't think we were allowed in here.
Bloody ages. I need a drink and a
But then again, I'm not entirely aware of what actually counts as the armory. Because this door is locked. There might be this room only.
Yeah, but our orders don't cure my fever.
Then go find yourself a sheep if you're so bloody on
May your sword never sully, and your shield never shatter.
Alright, let's start at the beginning. Who are you?
I am Jarl Woodokson,
Woodokson.
father among brothers, son among the mountains. Me and mine hail from the snow-capped heights of Tanaroth, the very thrones of the world.
Actually sounds like a pretty cool place, not gonna lie.
Our lives are devoted to the hunt. Every town and every city we find, we plunder and burn and put to the sword. Sacrifices are they all to the might of the mountains, tokens of reverence to the power of the peaks.
Oh, that sounds less good, honestly.
Gods we have plenty, of war, of death and of victory. But now, a goddess we have too. Aye, we have seen the workings of Bloodstone, and loyal are we to she who unites in blood. By the teeth of Kjell Wolfjaw, as immaculate shall we rule the world.
Taking bloody ages. I need a drink and a brew.
Alright, so
Which one of you fellas is winning, eh?
the interesting part about this, right, is that Bloodstone really does seem to have this power. And we have literally seen the goddess talk to us, right? So I find that pretty interesting because you can't really make the argument that they're wrong or anything to follow that, right? Because people in the past literally did that. They revert the goddess and the whole bloodstone business or source magic stuff because it was helpful, because it was actually used for good, as far as we know. And I mean, that's in a way that's pretty clever on Leandra's part, though arguably also fairly easy to convince people with that, right? Because she can literally just show them how much of a powerful source for good source magic can be. But then obviously they follow her and she demands them to help with her plan of converting the world into her version of a good world, I guess. Although these people, well, I don't know how much of her plans they even understand or are part of.
Shut your mouth and go get some wine, why don't you?
Don't know. Anyway, what's your purpose here?
The conduit asked us to do what we do best. Invade and destroy. She set us on our way with a store of starstones, ready to be charged and, once made into bloodstones, sent to you folks in the mines of Luke Culler.
We didn't know Grutilda's dogs had beat us there by a half day, but no matter. There were still plenty of strays to be caught and bled by the time we arrived. Now all that's left is finding a way into the wizard's house. The conduit's looking for something inside.
Go up around here. I told you.
Wouldn't she also be looking for the wizard? Maybe she didn't tell them about that.
Now we're here waiting for further orders from the conduit herself. She's gone into the Phantom Forest nearby, but we expect to hear from her shortly. I only hope we'll have the matter of the missing bloodstones sorted by then. I'll not have a soul saying we're the mountain failed to follow through.
Didn't we actually get insanely lucky here that she's just out on an errand? I still feel like Leandra is doing certain things very much on purpose. I feel like, well, I speculated about that a bunch of times already, but both her and Ikara are very much aware of our past, right? And of who we represent, even though we ourselves, the main two characters I'm talking about, don't really know that much about it, right? And are still trying to figure it out. And I still think that Leandra is specifically keeping us alive because either she wants us to do something for her, maybe she wants us to actually convert to her sort of line of thinking, or she, I don't know, hopes that we accidentally, like she's sort of pushing us into a certain direction and we accidentally do something that's actually going to benefit her. Because otherwise, it's really, really difficult to explain how we can constantly get away from her, right? And actually thwart her meticulously laid out plans. And she's not really doing anything about it, right? And then now we're coming here into the village and she's not even here. I mean, how lucky do you have to be to literally enter this village when she's gone, right? The one person that could immediately see through us and know that we certainly are not immaculate and are here to, you know, get rid of them. Though, again, arguably at this point, except maybe for the sorcerer that's living here, she or these guys have already done what she wants them to do, right? I don't think that Leandra is necessarily still interested in this village because there's nothing here anymore. Everybody's already dead, more or less, right? So, just like with Heiberheim, for example, it seems like she doesn't really care that much because her stuff's already done, but I'm still not entirely sure about that. Anyways, let's discuss the missing bloodstones.
The bloodstones are the reason we came here in the first place. The conduit has need of starstones imbued with human blood so she can create her death knights.
Yeah, true. Right, that was another thing. So not only has the armory key been lost, But somebody also stole, I think, a bunch of the bloodstones that they had, and they don't know where they went.
Both the Brotherhood and the Orcs were given their share of stones, and we filled them to the brim with blood, then stored them for the conduit to collect when she returns from Phantom Forest. Last night, though, someone raided this very building and disappeared with our stones. They were being guarded by Garrick Giantbane, a son of the mountain had in trust with my life. Grutilda says he ran off with the Bloodstones, that he is a betrayer to the cause of Immaculates. But I know this to be untrue.
Keep ignoring me. No, go screw yourself.
Huh, it's getting really interesting, isn't it? So,
Though I wish there were other bottoms that go.
by what he's saying here, I suppose Garrick Giantbane isn't here anymore? Possibly either been killed or
Conduit's orders.
locked away somewhere?
You know that.
Yeah, but our orders don't
I wonder if the wizard did this, or maybe the three people we know are still hiding here somewhere. Maybe they tried to steal the bloodstones to heal themselves or something. Although I don't know how they would have been able to do it. Maybe in the middle of the night. I mean, clearly they're able to hide, so they must know a couple of secret ins and outs to the village, I guess.
The Orcs stole the stones. Of that I'm certain. Grutilda is hatching some plan, and we'll all be in dire straits indeed if it comes to fruition. Those stones make her powerful. Too powerful. We need them back. But every Orc eyes us peak dwellers with suspicion.
I mean, they will do that with us too. Well, the thing is, I might even be inclined to believe him here, because we have seen a group of orcs that I'm pretty sure belonged to Grutilda, and their plan was to more or less kill everybody in Silver Glen, right? So the goblins that were protecting the mine, but also all the miners themselves and everything, really. Which leads me to believe that maybe Grutilda really does have her own plans here. Might also be that I misunderstood that. I mean, it came to the fight, you know, and I killed all of them, so...
Feeding him his own nethers.
That is why I ask of you to find proof. Proof that it was an Orc that did the deed. Once I have it, I have a reason to assault the Orcs without risking the wrath of the Conduit. She'll not stand for theft among Immaculates. So find me that proof, and we'll slaughter the Orcs together.
About the orcs. Well, I already kind of know his opinion about them, but tell me anyways.
The Orcs? No, I respect their warlike nature, for it's like ours. I respect their lust for slaughter, for we share it with them. I respect their loyalty to their leader, for I am likewise respected by my brothers. But when push comes to shove, I'd flay them all, wear their skins, and never rest until the very last one of them lay at my feet with my broadaxe nestling in its belly.
Alright, buddy, calm down. See, I thought this was going somewhere. I respect them, I respect them, I respect them. And then I thought he was going to mention, yeah, but they do this one thing that, you know, I don't really like, or that's going against our customs or our way of living. But no, he just says, yeah, I essentially respect them, I still would kill them all. Alright.
You may ask, why hate them when you and them are so alike?
Ah, there we go.
I hate them because we are alike. I hate them because I know ours is a hate they reciprocate with blazing fury. Like two dragons are we that must share a single lair. Can't be done. Sooner or later, talons will rise and fire burst forth until one is victorious and the other's flesh is used to celebrate the victory.
I mean, lucky for us that they think like this, right? But in reality, it is pretty stupid, isn't it? So they're both very much alike. They share a lot in common, but because... well, because they are the way they are, they can't really, I don't know, in their brain somehow facilitate the fact that somebody else can be like them.
mind yourself a sheep if you're so bloody hot and bothered.
This is a sheep.
I don't know. I have to say, I really like how this game sort of brings up these, or some of the sort of fundamental questions of how humans live together, but they package it in like really unassuming quests, right? You could take this as, oh yeah, sure, they're my enemies, you know, they hate each other, alright, it's fine, it's fantasy, blah blah blah. But in a weird way, isn't this exactly how a lot of humans sadly are, where they're just... I mean, once again, I don't want to overinterpret here, and I don't know if that was the original intention of the writers of these quests, but I don't know, it's just incredibly interesting to me how in a completely different scenario brings up the same sort of problems.
Now there's an idea with a ring.
And the funny thing is, there's like one line of the first Pokemon movie that I still remember, right? And that's like, how long was that ago? Like 25 years ago or something, when I saw that as a kid. And there is that one line that Meowth, the Rocket Meowth, says to his clone, right? Where he says, if we would look, or how does... I've watched it in German, so I don't know the exact English wording, but he says something along the lines of, you know, if we would like, if we would look to what's alike about each other instead of what's different about each other, then, you know, we would find that we're mostly alike, and we would, you know, have a way easier time of living together. And that's entirely true, right? I mean, for some reason, humans always seem to focus on what makes us different. We all kind of want to stand out, even though there is no reason to do that, right? There is no real... I mean, sadly, our society kind of demands us to, but that's only... Society is only doing it because we're doing it, right? Because that's, for some reason, how we want to be, or we want to differentiate each other. We want to differentiate us from others, but then why exactly are we doing that? I don't really know. I mean, it's completely fine to be yourself, but also be, you know, or share a lot with other people, right? I mean, why does the fact that somebody else is very much like you diminish who you are? That doesn't make any sense when you really think about it. But I don't know, for some reason people don't really seem to think about it. Yeah, I don't know. At least in this particular case within the game, it is helping us, because hopefully we'll somehow be able to bring them up against each other. Though, it's going to be interesting to see. He made it out to potentially be a fight, or that he would like to fight with us against the orcs, and I don't know how that's going to go. I kind of hope they would just kill each other. We'll see about that.
So it is with the Sworn of Tanneroth, and so it is with the Orcs of the Wild. One day the battle must be. One day we will feast or be feasted upon.
You know, why not just start that right away?
Though I wish there were other bombs that go.
Anyways, tell me more about the leader of the orcs.
Gruntilda is worshipped like a goddess by her troops, and she rules like a deity too. All-knowing, all-powerful and merciless. She's smart and ruthless. Truly an opponent to be feared. Exactly the kind of opponent I like.
You know, you should just marry her. Maybe it's just like with the couple that we found. Maybe it's just suppressed love. I find it interesting that she very much takes on the role of this goddess, right? Because what we've heard about source magic now, it very much seems like the orcs, or a lot of races, not only humans and orcs, had connections to Astarte and to source magic in the past. And yeah, I'm just wondering if Gruntilda may be aware of certain dealings the orc had with Astarte in the past, and that's why she's acting like this. I mean, somehow they have to be Or somehow they have to have had a reason to join Leandra on her quest, right?
The conduit was wise to go to the orcs with promises of allegiance, for they are a force that few in Rivellon can withstand. But she also knows that the pact cannot last. She's well aware the orcs will eventually go their own way, be they sworn immaculates or not.
But Leandra probably hopes that by that point her plans have already come to fruition and it doesn't matter what the orcs do. I wonder if Grutilda recognizes that, right? I wonder if she's looking for a way to potentially control the Death Knights herself. Because, I mean, both her and Jarl here seem to know quite a bit about what Leandra is currently doing, why they're, you know, having this whole Tenebrium business go on, and the slaves that they send off, and the Bloodstones. So I wonder if Grutilda is already planning to somehow maybe even take up Leandra's position. I wonder if that's a thing that she would do. Because she has to, if she's really as smart as this guy makes her out to be, I feel like she has to realize that they're still very much in danger by whatever Leandra is conjuring up, right?
She needn't fear them, of course. The conduit is constructing an army of warriors even the orcs behold with dread. But it is we brothers of the mountains that may have to bear the brunt of their onslaught when things go sour.
Shut your mouth and go get some
Grutilda knows the pact was never meant to last. She understands she's being used as a battering ram, as a tool to breach the gates and clear the path to triumph, only to be discarded by its operators when the true prize is in sight.
He's also quite intelligent. At least quite a bit more than what I was expecting him to be. So they... Yeah, as I suspected, Grutilda has to know that she's only being used by Leandra. The funny thing is, right, does Leandra recognize that as well? I feel like she does, but by her actions, I also sometimes get the feeling that Leandra really doesn't care about a lot of stuff, because I guess she thinks that as soon as she gets her Death Knight army and she more or less sets her plan in motion to control the entire world, that it doesn't matter who stands in her way.
She knows, and she's plotting her revenge. I can see it in those feral eyes of hers. She's surrounded by her elite. She whispers poisonous orders in the ears of her vile rat herder. No, it's no coincidence all her bloodstones have gone missing. By the hammer of Fjord Alkmount, I just know she's planning a nightmare. For her dreams are our tethers to suffer.
See, the thing is though, I don't think that she would just straight up take the Bloodstones, right? I don't think that she would just steal them like this. Unless she's doing some sort of double play where she wants them to believe it was her for some reason. I don't really see how that would help. It just doesn't seem like something she would just straight up do, right? Unless... See, wouldn't she make absolutely sure that the warriors would be framed for it? I don't think she's really doing that. I'm still not entirely convinced that the orcs would have just stolen the Bloodstones like that. I feel like there's very much something else going on still. Which doesn't mean that he's not at least partially right here. Because the whole thing with her having a plan to get out of this is probably true.
With the spine breaker at her side. It's a terrible nightmare she's concocted.
Spinebreaker? Oh yeah, by the way, the rat herder, right? The rats are running around all over the place, so... And these warriors of the mountain, they don't have an equivalent to that. So they have to be really, really careful, actually, not to say anything when they have to suspect that they might be overheard by rats, right? Anyways, who's the spine breaker you mentioned?
Grachilda's hulking, horrible dog. Built like a brick house and with a mind as black as pitch. There's no indignity he wouldn't inflict on any man, woman, or child his mistress marked.
Is he talking about the orc we more or less accidentally killed in the inn?
Grachilda stores him above the tavern and sends him playthings one at a time. A sentence worse than death.
Yeah. I'm a little bit, you know, afraid that she might see that we killed that guy. That's probably going to be bad at one point. I don't know.
Clean out. What am I? A goddamn scullery maid.
Right, you round girls.
Anyway, the rat herder.
Aye. An orc so vile it has taken rats for pets. They swarm about him like fleas do the rest of his kind. But even they eye him with disgust.
The good thing is, now that that orc is dead, right, the one in the tavern, if that really was her strongest fighter, definitely tips the whole thing into, you know, tips the scales to our side, I would say. I have a feeling sooner or later somebody's gonna find him. Or his corpse, rather. Well, then again, I guess we can find ourselves lucky that everybody or all the humans have already been sort of taken away or killed, right? So technically, currently, there isn't really any task that she might need him to do. So maybe they're not going to find out right away.
Nevertheless, it's my belief that unlike the other males among the orcs, he's no fool. He's a spy, a discoverer of secrets. Right now he's looking for the lost wizard servants, and gods protect them if he finds them.
Lost wizard servants? Wait, is that the family that's still missing that the cat told us about?
A goddamn scullery maid.
They were actually connected to the wizard?
We would merely kill him. That rat lover on the other hand. Where we go, death is the horror that looms behind us. Where he goes, death is a mercy always out of reach.
Wow. Sounds pretty fucked up. Wait, what is he doing to those people?
You got room for one more, don't you? Fellas?
Are they... Oh god, are they... Because there were all these bone piles everywhere, right? And, the skeletons that they send off to work in the mines? Are the rats, like, eating them alive? And then once they're skeletons and the rats have eaten all the meat, they resurrect them? Something like that? That would be pretty fucked up. But I can definitely see him do that. I mean, the rats have to live somehow, right? Oh boy. Tell me about the wizard you mentioned.
I don't know much about him, to be frank, and I don't care to. The conduit says he's in possession of an artifact she needs, which is why we've been trying to get an entry to his house. But by the boots of our lag troll tramper, the key hasn't been forged yet that will unfasten the magical seals that encase that bedeviled sorcerer's abode.
I wonder what kind of artifact she needs. See, once again, I really struggle to understand Leandra's plan here. Does she really need that artifact? Is it just part of her plan, and if she doesn't get it, she's just gonna do something else? I don't really... It just seems to me that sometimes her plans hinge on really, really weird circumstances that she herself struggles to control.
I'll call and raise you another 5.
Let's wrap this up. Call.
Anyways, who are these servants you mentioned?
The deal is this. When we attacked Hunter's Edge, we and the orcs had the village completely surrounded to ensure no one could escape. The plan was a good one, for only some blacksmith and his wife managed to flee after their little demon of a pet bit an orc's arm off.
Yeah, we've met them. They're quite a lovely couple.
Wizard and his servants eluded us, but we know that the servants at least are still hiding somewhere around town. We need to find those damn people so they can tell us how to gain entry to the wizard's house. My men have been searching the village non-stop, and the orcs have put their rat herder on the job. But we also have some surviving villagers holed up down in the cellar.
Read the cards.
I'll win this one.
So I guess the family that Cat was talking about really are servants of the wizard. That definitely explains why they've been able to hide away the entire time, right? Because yeah, I was surprised that people were able to do that, but yeah, that kind of explains it.
An orc torturer, courtesy of Glutilda, has been trying to find out where the servants are hiding, but has no finesse whatsoever, and almost instantly kills his victims. We've offered to do it for him, but Glutilda remains adamant he's the best of the best. Maybe you'd have better luck, though, if you're up for a spot of torture.
This wizard must be Xandalor. Thankfully, these bloodthirsty brutes haven't found him yet.
Let's hope we catch up with him before they do.
I like how that conversation between us is just happening right next to him, but yeah, obviously the implication is that he didn't hear that. Yeah, Xandalor. Oh boy, more quests. War of the Stones. We met Jarl, the leader of the warriors here, and Glutilda, the leader of the orcs. Jarl has some matters he'd like to discuss with us and asked us to meet him in the tribe's headquarters. Oh no, never mind, we got the quest the last time. The human's share of the bloodstones was stolen, and Garrick, the human who is guarding the door to the warehouse where the stones were kept, is missing. Jarl suspects foul play and has tasked us with finding out what happened. Hunt and Hunter's Edge. Jarl told us about the last hidden villages. He said the prisoners in the torture chamber might be able to help us find them. Alright, so now we have to, what, convince them to tell us about them? Without making the other guys suspicious that we might, you know, not be part of their plan.
You cannot, you silly reptile.
Queen of Diamonds. I haven't even asked my question.
That is because there is nothing you can or want or may do besides guarding the god's damn door. You hear?
Loud and bloody well clear, sir. Now for the turn.
I find it really, really interesting. There are so many really cool conversations happening around the place, right? But it's almost a bit too much at a time because the game has a little bit of trouble sort of separating them from one another. So I don't know, it sometimes just goes all over the place, I feel like. Alright, what are you guys doing here?
Here, keep your eyes off my cards, Flatlander.
So you lot are interested in cards.
Well, why not? The looting's done. There ain't much work to go round. A hand or two will take the edge off.
True.
Grab a chair and we'll deal you in. If you ain't afraid to lose your boots, we play for keeps.
Can we actually...
New round, girls. 2 cards for everyone.
Just the one coin.
Are they all saying the same thing?
Hey, keep your eyes on.
Wait, can we actually play... Let me see. Can I... What happens if I sit down?
Right, what have we here? New blood looking to place a bet, eh? What do you say? Want to play a hand?
Sure.
Then let's get it on. That's no
Yeah.
reason to keep ignoring.
You play a bad hand and lose 10 gold. Okay, so I would have lost my mind if this was an actual card game you could play, but yeah, this makes more sense.
Well, look at that. Want to play another round?
Sure.
Then let's get it on.
Play a decent hand and win 10 gold. Nice.
Well, look at that. Want to play another round? Then let's get it on.
Ha!
Well, look at that. Then let's get it on.
Oh.
Well, look at that.
Nah,
Play another round?
I'm good.
Then why did you sit down in the first place? Get out of here before I stick my foot so far up your ass, people will think you've got toes for teeth.
You fucking idiots just won like 200 gold from me. The fuck are you so hostile for? Well, I guess I'm not really good at playing cards, eh? Can I just go down here?
You the one Jarl sent me to replace the ham-fisted toadskin downstairs?
Yeah.
About bloody time. The beast down there goes through prisoners like Gilda Godsword goes through suitors.
And who are you?
A son of the mountain am I, and a blood brother of Jarl besides. Chief placed me in charge of guarding the hatch to the prison cellar. Knows I won't hesitate to split the throat of any man or orc who tried to come or go without Jarl's say-so.
What about the prisoners?
Jarl gave you the all clear to try your hand, did he? All the better. That big brute downstairs hasn't the faintest idea what he's doing. Clubs witness after witness over the head, smashing him to bits before we can get so much as a word out of him.
Why do I have a feeling this is going to end with me just killing that orc? Okay, this is going to be... I feel like this is going to be kind of a difficult thing, to be completely honest, because... Whoa. Okay, so there's a bunch of other guys around as well. Oh, this is actually a pretty big prison. Wait, what's that? They actually seem to have a bunch of prisoners here, huh?
You can do what you like with them, you monsters. Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you.
Get back in there.
Oh, wait. Ah, there's two in there. All right. Interesting. Well, he certainly isn't a prisoner. I was going to say, wait, what's he doing there with a tenebrium weapon? But I guess it's just a normal room. Oh, yeah, this must have been... This must have just been a wine cellar or something to begin with, right? Or another tavern of sorts? Because, well, I don't think this was originally a prison. Maybe they just used it for it? No, then again, I mean, there is a bunch of stuff here. Hey, that's got a magical lock on it. I mean, even a normal cellar might sometimes have, you know, these iron bar doors, so... Ooh, autosave, huh? Oh god, what are you guys doing here?
I'll not tell you a thing. Do what you will.
Wait, can we even get in it? Yeah.
This place reeks of blood and worse.
I suppose this is where Grutilda's worst cruelties are carried out.
Isn't that a tidier way to do this?
Perhaps a bit less pretty.
Ah, law cannot work in these conditions. Smash!
Conditions, that was really good.
Law need peace.
Who the fuck are you?
Law, a craftsman of blood, breaker of bone. Who you?
Of yours, I won't talk.
I wonder if... I mean, once again, Grutilda must be aware that these guys aren't necessarily capable to extract information from prisoners, right?
You can poke my
But
eyes
maybe
out
that's
with
on
that great
purpose?
gnarled
Maybe she
horn of
wants
yours,
them
I
to
won't
literally just
talk.
kill them off so they won't have any sort of... Or rather, so that the mountain warriors don't get any sort of information that might tip them off about
I'll not
something
tell you a
Leandra
thing.
wants to do,
Do
or...
what you will.
I don't know.
Yes, pigskin. Who are you to question?
Sorry.
We who preside over the tender skin of traitors.
And why is there another goblin here? Let us do the work.
Tell you a thing.
Law only halfway through creative process. Law won't stop now.
Creative process.
Of course, Law, of course. Though I do wonder what this pigskin thinks he can do better than you or I.
Human bleed better than us. Human squish flats better than us.
I challenge you to prove yourself a better torturer than I? What the hell does that even mean? Does that mean that we'll just straight up fight the two? I don't think that would go over well with the orcs if we keep killing off their, you know, bunch of their... Well, I don't know if he's their elite, but I mean, certainly he seems to be somewhat of an important figure within their ranks. Why waste your time with these bottom-feeding villagers? Surely an orc of your talent is more important matters to attend to. Go step aside, Toadskin, and a bit next upon the rack. I only thought these humans might be more forthcoming with one of their own kind administering to them. I really don't know what that first option's even about.
Gnarled horn of yours, I won't talk.
What a mess! Isn't there a tidier way to do this?
I don't really think that you can...
Kill me now then. Go on, do it.
Well, can you reason with them? The thing is... Alright, I don't know exactly how this works. Technically, I would say you... It would be fairly difficult to reason with them because he's not very intelligent.
Kill me
right?
now then. Go on, do it.
On the other hand, these are always based on stats, right? So I don't know what his reasoning stat would be if he's not really intelligent. I kind of want to try to charm him though. Yeah, let's go with this. Yeah, that should hopefully go over well. Never mind.
You can poke my eyes out with that great gnarled horn of yours. I won't talk.
All right. Well, hopefully that's a better solution than outright killing them.
Human silly chatter upset Law's craft. Law need break to regain his spirit. Law cannot smash and bash in this environment. Human smash and bash like Law.
Alright, they don't fully go away though, they're just back here somewhere, I guess. In their break room. Alright, buddy. Oh, hello. Iron Maiden. Doesn't talk in this particular case though. A Guide to Elegant Torture, Volume 1. What the fuck? Wait. M.R. Giggles. Oh god. Dear reader, what could be finer than the opportunity to transform supple, yielding flesh into beautiful shapes and styles? A sculptor has his marble, and we have tender flesh. Alright, this is already fucked up on so many levels. The patterns you choose ought to fit not only your taste, but also the information you wish to learn. My personal recommendations are as follows. A 4-pointed star, where the bodies are. A great round pie, who's the spy. A ring of roses, where the gold is. What is that supposed to mean?
You can poke my eyes out with that great gnarled horn of yours. I won't talk.
What kind of horn? The orc isn't here anymore.
I'll not tell you a thing. A fresh pair of hands, are you? Please, you must kill me now. I will withstand anything, anything, and would rather die 1,000 deaths than offer a word to the enemy.
Does he realize that we're on the side? Because how? Tell me what you know.
But there's something different about you. You don't look like the savages that ransacked our town. In fact, you're like the wizard, aren't you? A being of great power, and certainly not one of darkness. Yes, you're here to help us, aren't you? Praise be.
Sometimes I'm a little bit concerned, or not concerned, but
What's going on in there?
the game sometimes is playing a little bit fast and loose with who recognizes us and who has sort of an understanding of who we are. Same thing with the Source Hunters, right? I mean, a lot of people over the course of the game have immediately sort of pointed or referred to us as source hunters. Yet for some reason, the Immaculates are never really aware of that fact. I don't know. I wish that would sometimes be a little bit subtler. It works out with how the game is written and how these dialogue scenes, you know, function, but yeah, I just wish that would have been a little bit more subtle and not everybody would have already or immediately known what we're up to. Then again, I guess the implication is just that we sort of, they kind of cut out a little bit of the, you know, of the necessity to constantly convince people that you're the person you are, right? And I guess the whole idea of deceiving and telling the truth and lying and whatnot, right, is not... It sometimes is part of the whole, you know, reasoning game, or reason, charm, intimidating game, but it's not specifically a sort of mechanic within the game, right? That you can sort of convince people and lie and whatnot. This man is clearly delirious. We'd better put him out of his misery before he blows our cover. Get him to stop shouting or he'll blow our cover. Perhaps once he knows our true identity, he'll be willing to help us.
Get him to stop shouting or he'll blow our cover. Perhaps once he knows our true identity, he'll be willing to help us.
There's no time. We gotta put him out of his and our misery before he loads every guard of this place. If he's done making a ruckus, perhaps he'll be willing to help us.
If he's done making a ruckus, perhaps he'll be willing to help us.
There's a tunnel in this cellar, known to most only through legend. Explore the back wall of the farthest room in this dank place and you'll find it.
The back wall of the farthest room.
And if you can help me find freedom through the tunnel, I'd be willing... Well, I'd tell you how to find the wizard's servants. You've proven yourself no friend to the beasts who destroyed our town. Perhaps you can help those in hiding as you've helped me. Speaking of the others, have you spoken to the other prisoners locked in this terrible place? We mustn't leave them here to be discovered by a second wave of brutes.
How am I supposed to do that, though?
What's that? They're coming. They've heard us. They're coming.
Oh.
This chaos. Savages.
Okay.
Do what you like with us, you monsters.
Was that an attack of opportunity? Oh, I thought he was gonna run and immediately kill him or something. He just stands in the corner. What was I supposed to do? I mean... Okay, so judging by the orc in the tavern, right? I feel like it will be possible for us to kill these guys and not really alert anybody else of our presence. Essentially getting rid of all the witnesses. And we can also flee through the tunnel, but by doing that, wouldn't Jarl immediately know that we're not who we were saying we were? Well, this is certainly going to be interesting. Oh, fuck, there's another guy over there. Yeah, I'm in a really, really bad position here. I want to use disease, but if it always also, you know, makes me, possibly inflicted with that, it's... Okay, first of all, let's look at these guys. They're not super strong, but the orc certainly, their damage is quite good. Probably want to kill that guy first. Okay, I would be able to run into the back room here. I didn't really expect to get into combat right away again. What can I do? Okay, what's the... I kind of want to charm some people. But I'm not entirely sure who could help me out the most here. Technically this guy, right? Alright, well that failed. Okay. I'm in a little bit of a precarious position here. He's only a melee fighter and he hopefully would attack this guy. So they might want to fight each other. Difficult to say where I would like to move, though. Or if I would like to move. Because she's kind of in a good spot, isn't she? Because she can shoot through the door. But, so no, I don't want the orc to immediately attack me. Or, you know what, let's do this. And then... should I do drain willpower first, or just immediately try to rapture? Fuck. Probably should have drained the willpower first. Try to move away somewhat. Well, I could blind somebody. That might not be the worst idea, huh? But then I wouldn't be able to summon. I could make myself invisible. Maybe that'd be a good idea.
Melt them where they stand!
This is savages. Back for more blood, are you?
What is he doing? Oh, that was lucky. Well, now that would only hit 2 of them, because he moved away. It's not too bad, though. I mean, if I ram them, maybe knock them down. Nope. Shit. Let's try to cripple... I mean, they're fighting... They're not fighting amongst each other right now, right? So it's probably a good idea to... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does everything always fail? Are you serious? Should I... let's see. Why? Oh. Ooh, that was lucky. Oh no, never mind. It's Berdotta's feared, right? Alright, wasn't too bad though. Wasn't too bad. No, Medora's feared too. Ah, shit.
Oath and hissy, was it?
Or at least he's bleeding. Burning.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Let's throw that over there. At least he's burning too.
This not you lot again.
Oh. Ah. All right. Swordsman's dead, but at least it, you know. Okay. Those two are fighting. Okay, that was important. That's probably bad, though. Oh my fucking god. Yeah, that's really bad. Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting. Petrified, slow, and stunned. Stun, charm, healing, shields. At least he's still charmed. Fucking hell. I mean, I could try to charm somebody else. Maybe that'll work. Hopefully.
We are kindred spirits.
Fuck! Oh my god, this is gonna be difficult. Let's heal her up though. At least she had the fucking thing on her. That was really, really important. Oh my god. He's not charmed anymore. Oh my frickin'... This is going to be really, really difficult. Especially with all the charming stuff just failing. And two people being feared. Yeah. Another summon probably isn't the worst thing to do here. What's he doing?
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Oh, he made himself immune to fire. Alright.
This not you lot again.
Shit. Yeah, just as I suspected. Why the fuck they have to attack my main?
Oath and hissy, was it?
Yeah. Of course it failed.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Oh my god, their damage is insane. Oh, where are you running?
Into the fray once more.
That was weird.
This not
you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Okay, I feel like the only chance I really have is to charm somebody else here. I desperately need people on my side. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? And I'm not even getting the arrows back. Okay. Probably should have just killed the orc. Shit. Well, I feel like he's just gonna die again. Oh, Oh, that's out of sight of her, right?
Savages, back for more blood, are you?
Well, I needed that.
Do I have anything that actually helps? I mean, I could fortify someone, but that... I don't know. Don't have any type of charm scroll anymore, do I?
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Wait, that's only... Well, my decapitator is there, but... Maybe that'll help? Nope! Fucking hell! They don't... Their stats aren't even that high. How the fuck can they constantly save against that stuff? One of them is gone. The door is still fit.
That's fading. Fast.
He's just gone again. Shit. Oh my god. They're even targeting... They're constantly targeting my ranged characters as well. Okay. Well, what makes more sense here? The problem is they're also still all really, really high. So...
You know what they say. First time
fuck's sake. Maybe it was the wrong choice to try to charm all of them, but... I mean... What else was I supposed to do, really? I don't know.
This chaos.
Can't even target them over there. I have to incapacitate them somehow. Just don't know how. Well, this might not even really help. I mean, Lillian could technically run away. I don't know. Problem is there's also fire. I don't know if that'd really work.
This chaos.
You know what? Let's do this. Of course, it stuns my guy instead of the other ones. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I could try hitting both of them with this.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
He's frozen. Now what? The guy in front of her is just straight up gonna kill her. That's the problem.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Unless I can somehow... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are they all immune to that type of stuff? Are you kidding me?
This savages. Back for more blood, are you?
I'm not even in range of him. Why does it say...
This chaos.
I guess I... Oh, there we go.
Back on my feet again.
Hopefully this will help.
This savages. Back for more blood, are you?
For fuck's sake. Why does the stun always fail? Where the hell is he running? Oh my god. That's such an insane amount of damage that they have. Alright, let's try to heal myself first. I mean, I could still try and... could blind this guy. Problem is the others will be, you know, running towards me. Okay, he's stunned.
Back on my feet.
Okay. Oh, this guy still exists as well. Shit. And I'm out of charming arrows. The problem is if I constantly keep just resurrecting my characters, nothing's gonna happen. Because they can just immediately kill them all the time. God, I'm in a bad position here. Well, he's not frozen anymore, but... Oh yeah, she's crippled, isn't she? Oh, for fuck's sake.
This not you lot again.
And he survives that? Okay, I'm really getting unlucky in this encounter now. What the fuck kind of healing potion is that? Holy hell. Okay, protecting myself at least a little bit is probably better than... I don't know, summoning in something at this point.
This savage is back for more blood, are you?
The problem is he's burning, so freezing him might not actually be the best idea here.
This savage is back for more blood.
Let's blind him. Alright, that way at least he can't really do much. And he's technically still stunned. A little bit worried about the other guy, but... I guess I could try to freeze him then. Oh wait, never mind, he's also stunned. Ooh. This could actually help. Can't resurrect right now, but...
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Can I target him? Oh, the problem is all their health is still, like, really, really high. I'm not even really in range for Lillian here. Should I just throw a flare on him? I really can't do that much more. I could technically... Do I still have the ice wall thing? Maybe I could just create that in front of the door or something, but... The problem is he also has a freaking... Oh yeah, that's not even... It's not even gonna hit him.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
I don't know how long they remain stunned, honestly. Fucking hell. I don't really have anything that I could do, except for stunning them over and over again. I mean, the Decapitator is going to, it's going to disappear anyways, right? I just don't want to accidentally stun my main here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why the hell is he going next? Really? Oh my god. This is gonna be really, really awkward. Alright. Oh boy. Well, at least that keeps him occupied for a little bit. With a really, really tiny bit of luck, I might be able to... Where the fuck is he going? Oh, he's healing. Oh, for fuck's sake. At least he's crippled. Wait, is he crippled still? Yeah.
This chaos.
Man, I wish I could use the rush thing. Florio, I mean. Okay, he's not stunned anymore. He isn't either, but he's still standing on the cloud at least.
This chaos. Bless the seven I am restored.
Well, hopefully that will work. At least she gets another turn before they do. Should I just turn myself invisible again? At least that way they won't go for me, but they might go for her.
This savages. Back for more blood, are you?
He's immune to fire. Does that also count for... No, it just increases resistance.
This not you lot again.
At least that was a crit. I kind of want to take him out, but I feel like I need to keep the stun up somehow. Oh, this is going to be fucking difficult to be... well, he's still blinded.
This savages. Back for more.
Unleash the Tempest!
Oh, right. You can only use this once. Oh, for fuck's sake.
This chaos.
I don't know what's going to happen to Berdotta over there, but I really need her to kill this guy now.
This not you again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Okay. She definitely needs to heal up. And then...
This chaos.
I can just try to... Well, then again, summoning in the skeleton, at least that way they won't be able to hit my main right away. Okay. Let's see. I don't want to enter the stun cloud myself.
This chaos.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is that always so finicky? Did that count as being in the cloud? I don't think so. Of course she's burning. Hopefully this will help just a little bit. Should I try to taunt?
Concentration from boots to help.
Don't know whether or not that was necessarily a super good idea, but... oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Oh boy. Okay, he's still blind at least. Oh, that was really important that he got stunned. Holy shit. She's healing up. That's really, really important. At least he's still blinded, but I need to take him out as soon as possible. Maybe this will help. I don't know if it's such a good idea to run back a bit. The other guy is still blinded, so... I should take him out, right? Or should I just try to stun? Nah, stun is bad with all the blood on the ground. For fuck's sake. Yeah, that might not have been the best idea here. Oh my god. Really? This doesn't hit anybody, right? No, doesn't hit the other guy. Are you freaking kidding me? What the hell? Alright, I need to do the safe. Oh. Well, I don't know if that was a good idea. I didn't realize this was going to blow up everything. Yeah, that might have been bad. Shit. I can heal her, though. Is he not blinded anymore? That's such a ridiculous amount of damage. Hoo boy. Alright, well that was bad. Well, if I do that, I can't really do anything else. Shit! Oh boy. God, this is getting ridiculous.
Back for more blood, are you?
Bless the seven, I am restored.
I think I will have to buy some new resurrection scrolls, actually.
This
Oh, yeah, that's only next to me, right? Okay. Well, at least that helped her out.
This not you lot again.
He's still burning. He's still here, but at least, you know, there is a bunch of smoke and whatnot between us, so... Let's try to focus on this guy.
This not you lot again.
I mean, technically I could also just teleport him away, right? Does that work, though? Oh, I can't see him. Wait, he's out of sight, too? Really? Guess out of sight for that particular spell. Okay, that's weird. Oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling normal attacks really aren't doing super much here.
Spirits of eternal flame to my aid.
Back for more blood, are you?
Right, with a tiny bit of luck, Mr. Skeleton will be able to kill him. Oh my god. At least that worked. Yeah, he's gonna kill her, though. Holy freaking fuck. How often did my characters die in this scenario? Holy shit, this was... Stop walking into the fire, you dumb fuck. I need her up.
I can see the white light.
Yeah, yeah. Oh fuck, I'm almost dead. Oopsie. Yeah, that was really dumb, wasn't it? Shit. Oh boy. That was really... I didn't realize my main character was dying. God, I hate that so much. But it was also dumb because that Nolan guy immediately walked into the fire and I was just completely distracted by that. I should have healed myself instead of Medora. But honestly, that combat was such a clusterfuck. I don't know. I kind of deserved to lose that to begin with. I feel like I didn't really do that correctly at all. I mean, I also got pretty unlucky, I feel like, because I used up... I mean, they don't really have that high of a... Let me double check. Ah, well, never mind. Their willpower is 4. Guess I should have known that. I thought their willpower was lower. Well, whatever. I'm going to take another really short break, and when I'm back, we're going to try this again. If it works out, but I mean, it kind of should. And hopefully I'm going to do a better job. Yeah. I'm actually kind of glad that I accidentally lost that at the end there, because... I don't know. Technically, I have all the resurrection scrolls, but I do think it's kind of cheap only utilizing that to get through this. It is pretty ridiculous what kind of damage they can dish out, but I think... Well, I might have focused on trying to charm them a little bit too much, right? I think I'm still gonna try that next time, at least for one of them. But, yeah, I should probably focus on, you know, stunning and other sort of things a little bit more to take them out of the fight entirely for a duration. And then also really focus on, you know, killing them instead of doing a bunch of other stuff. But anyways, short break, and when I'll be back, we try this again. Alright. Right, sorry about that. I always forget that the characters are just rambling all the time and just, you know, keep talking the same thing over and over again. That's a really, really bad habit in game design for some reason. Anyways, let's try this again. Yeah.
Laura, of course. Human bleed.
Let's try to charm him again. Hopefully this should work. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really?
Do what you will.
What's going on in there? It sounds awful.
Can't be.
You're gonna get out, are you? You won't look so shiny.
I'll not tell you a thing. Do what you will.
Alright. Worked out. I was gonna say this would be pretty dumb if I lose this. Alright.
Kill me now then. Go on, do it.
Okay, let's try this again. Tell me what you know.
Get him to stop shouting or he'll blow our cover.
If he's done making, there's a tunnel, and if you can help. Speaking of, what's that? They're coming. They've heard us. They're coming.
How did they even hear us? Let's be honest, right? They were all the way back in that other room. I guess technically they could have, or somebody could have alerted them or something. I don't know, but it's really, really strange. Also, why the fuck are they even allowed to immediately run in here? That's really, really weird. Wait, and the other guy doesn't care? Okay, see, I don't know. This is definitely an issue that the game has, is that it's fairly inconsistent sometimes in how these things work, right? There's, I mean, combat already has a bunch of RNG sort of attached to it, and in a way that's fine. I mean, that also creates some interesting situations and some things where you need to, like, RNG isn't bad per se, right? If it prompts you to find creative solutions to problems and, you know, sometimes forces you to do things another way, not necessarily how you wanted to do it originally, that's completely fine. But if something like this happens, where an entire, like, NPC isn't even part of combat for some awkward reason, then that's a problem, right? And yeah, I don't know. That's really unfortunate. Okay, well, in this particular case, let's try to get rid of the small guy right away.
One shot, many wounds.
Let's see what I can even do here. Definitely gonna summon in this guy. Should just try to... Really? Alright. That might have been good. That was probably bad. It's sort of going to depend on what they do, right? Might not even be the best idea here. Medora also still gets a turn. Although I really don't get it how this guy is not part of combat. I guess it depends on... He was probably, I don't know, somewhere else on his route before, you know, combat got triggered. What a strange scenario, though. Should I just do that on him? Of course Burn failed. I don't want to stun or blind him because he might actually attack the goblin guy, right?
This chaos.
Oh, well, that would have been funny. Where the heck are you going? What?
This savage is back for more blood, are you?
Yeah, sure. Package? The fuck? What kind of package?
I strike with the full force of my convictions.
At least he's crippled.
Hissy, was it?
Let's try and maybe walk up a little bit.
Oh God! Nobody's gonna find this!
Okay, bleeding failed, reflected a little bit. It wasn't too bad. Bit unfortunate that he's feared, but what are you gonna do? Of course he's gonna attack her.
This not you lot again. Oh, hissy, was it?
This is so ridiculous, the amount of damage they can dish out. Why? Attack the freaking charmed guy! You always did that. Oh wait, now the other guy's part of combat, huh?
What's going on in there?
This savage is
Awful.
back for more blood.
Okay, that was weird. The way she was walking was really, really strange. Okay, thankfully he is still charmed for the time being. Yeah, still didn't really turn out the way I wanted it to.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Okay, the guy's still charmed, but I need to do stuff that takes them out of combat. He is crippled.
This chaos.
Is he in range? Everything fails again. What the fuck was that?
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Don't know if I want to blind him. Yeah.
Under pressure.
Oh, really? That's never failed! Fucking hell. That's the first time that blind failed. Yeah, I mean, at some point it's getting ridiculous. Wait. Because he was warm. Okay, yeah, that was okay. That was my bad. But the rest of the stuff certainly wasn't. Were the orcs immune to knockdown anyways, right? Pretty sure. No, never mind. At least one thing worked. Fucking hell. Well, he's immune to knockdown now.
This chaos.
Okay. What's going on again? Okay, he was really confused. I think the AI didn't know what to do again for some reason. Let's see.
not you lot again.
Everything is all right.
Oath and hissing,
You're back
was
to
it?
business.
At least that resurrects you with more HP. Okay, skeleton is already dead. It's bad. Can't really summon in anything
Not you lot
else.
again. Oath and hissy, was it?
I need to get rid of him somehow. He's knocked down, he is almost dead. He's not charmed anymore, which is really, really bad. It's his turn next. Oh no, never mind. The Undead Swordsman's just knocked down. Fuck! I would need some AoE spell to get rid of all of them.
Opens to welcome you.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Okay, that reflected back on him, but... well... as you saw, it didn't fully help.
This chaos.
Into the fray once more.
Kinda need to heal myself as well. Don't know if that even helps.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Well, at least they're finally attacking my quote-unquote tank. Okay, so he also got rid of a bunch of action points there. That was really important. All right, I'm somehow in a better situation than I just was, and somehow in a worse situation, because as you can see, having a little bit of trouble with health here. Do you want to try to charm the orc? If I'm able to do that, that would be pretty awesome. Oh my god, alright, that was really, really important.
This chaos.
See, close enough for that? Yeah. That might also help. Okay, she's not able to heal currently. Let's fortify her. She kind of needs to heal herself still, though. Maybe. I mean, the good thing is they're both fairly far away from me right now, so... be able to summon anybody in. Let's maybe... yeah, let's decrease his stats somewhat. Oh, of course it didn't work. Shit. Let's see. Swordsman's not there anymore, but Nick might be able to help out. Probably want to heal myself as well. Alright. Okay. This might work somewhat.
This chaos.
See what the orc actually does this time around. Okay, he's crippled. That's also really important. How the fuck are they completely immune to knockdown, though? Or are they not? See, I still don't really understand how that's supposed to work. It just says immune to knockdown, but it doesn't explain why. Nice. What the fuck was that? Okay, that was really, really important. Holy fuck. Alright. I think it's one of the first times that actually worked. Also, how does he constantly keep getting HP back? Is that his weapon or something? Or is that just the wrong sort of... Okay. At least this looks much, much better than last time. Holy freaking fuck. Let's see, what can I do? Probably just want to do this, huh? Oh, it's because his HP are lowered. That's why. Okay, yeah.
This savage is back for more blood, are you?
All right. Let's actually summon in the skeleton again. Just to be sure that the orc can't do too much if he's not charmed anymore.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
Poisoned and diseased. Nice. Yeah, this worked out much better, though. Well, it's definitely a little bit unfortunate that it was also dependent on one of the mountain warriors not being part of this whole ordeal right away. I don't know. It's all a bit of a weird thing, certainly. I wish that didn't necessarily happen, but then again, I mean, it wasn't anything that I did. It just happened to happen.
Oath and hissy, was it?
Should still be charmed next turn, right? That guy's crippled. I don't know. I don't think he'll be able to do too much.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissy, was it?
He's diseased, poisoned, burned, crippled, and has his stats lowered. Holy freaking sh... And of course the orc's not gonna kill him. Well, whatever. Just get rid of him.
No glory in this death.
Oh my god. He had so many status effects on him. It's not even funny. Alright, let's eat some dinner. And drink a potion. I really don't want to risk anything here. Because the orc's still there as well, right? He's not gone, so... Boink. Can I just bleed him even though he is still charmed? Yeah, I can. Well, that's nice. Wait, but the normal attack doesn't work? Really? Ah, well, that's a bit dumb. Well, I don't want to waste any points here. This is a funny turn for him. Okay, he's fortifying himself. Oh yeah, that's some sort of max HP potion, right?
This savage is back for more blood, are you?
Alright. Well, hopefully I won't be needing the charming arrows anymore. let's do one of these.
Savages, back for more blood, are you?
Anybody? No, Medora healed herself. That's good. Should I make her stronger? 1 second.
This savages, back for more blood, are you? This savages, back for more blood, are you?
Sorry about that. Somebody asked me what kind of pizza they wanted for lunch. Alright. Well, at least Medora's next to them, so they have a couple of melee targets to hit. Hopefully, they won't go after my ranged targets again. It's getting to be a little bit of a trouble that 3 out of 4 of my characters are really, really squishy. I mean, I can, you know, summon in a bunch of stuff. Like, I can do a lot, but at the end of the day, it's still, you know, not that easy to, you know, make sure that they're all healthy and fine.
This chaos.
Does this even make sense? He's still crippled, so let's slow him down. That's good. I mean, I can still throw the ice shot, I guess. Well, now the big question is, if I just attack him, is he gonna stun everybody around him? I mean, he's not frozen anyways, right? So I can just attack him with fire as well. Doesn't really matter.
This not you lot again. Oath and hissing.
Can you frickin' shut up? Holy hell. I just really don't understand how developers can think that, you know, having characters constantly repeat lines is a good idea. I just don't understand how that would ever happen, right? Alright, let's just do this.
If you can't stand the heat.
Might have been a bit of an overkill, but hopefully it should be fine. Okay, seriously, there's 3 melee characters around you. Please actually attack one of them. Ah, fuck my... Ever so slightly out of range. Yeah, see, it probably wasn't the best idea to have the ice there.
This chaos.
Okay, well, it worked anyways. Is she still in her stance? Yeah, I probably want to turn that off, huh? Okay. Quite a bit of damage.
I'll defend you till my death rattle.
This chaos.
Alright. Yeah, at this point I don't need to do anything fancy, right? Of course that misses with like, what, 92% hit chance?
I needed that.
This chaos.
Let's quick save before anything weird happens.
I'm free.
Well, not entirely. I think there's still somebody in the cellar, so don't go running out just yet. Let me take stock of the situation here. I wonder what'll happen, because technically y'all knows that we went down here, right? I don't think this is gonna go over well with him. But he might not realize what happened yet. I mean, one of the warriors is still around. I wonder what he would say to this.
Back on my feet.
Alright, let's just quick save again. Okay, that worked out a lot better than last time, but I feel like... Well, they still got somewhat unlucky with the status effects and whatnot. The thing is just that the charm... Well, I definitely learned my lesson. I charmed the orc, right? Instead of trying to charm the mountain warriors. Then again, last time I charmed the goblin. It's just that because he's a ranged attacker, he did some awkward stuff, and for some reason they didn't attack the goblin. I don't know. It's... Yeah, the charming business... I would say that... Well, once again, it's a bit of a two-edged sword, because the AI being a little bit more unpredictable is certainly interesting, right? Because it keeps it fresh, and you never quite know what they're going to do. And there are a bunch of situations that you need to get out of, essentially. That being said, because the AI is somewhat unpredictable sometimes,
I cannot thank you enough for dispatching those
it's an additional layer of RNG, right? You already have RNG whether or not you can charm a target, for example, but then it also completely depends on sort of the AI RNG, what they're going to do with it, right? So it's just, it can turn out to be quite the awkward situation where you just don't really realize certain things might be happening. But anyway, it worked out.
You made short work of those monsters. If not for you, I'd likely have been trampled flat or crushed to pulp. I owe you my very life.
Tell me where the hidden villages are.
If you can prove your goodwill, that is, if you can help me escape this terrible place once and for all, I'd tell you all. Perhaps if you can help me, you'll be able to help them too.
So he's not gonna tell me until we get him out? What if you die on the way out? Anyways, let's get you out of this.
The tunnel out is here somewhere, in the farthest room if my sight serves. But until those guards are dealt with, escape is utterly impossible.
Okay, so we need to get rid of the rest of the guards, yeah? Which technically is only one of them left. At least we got the key.
I'm free!
Shut up! Somebody's gonna hear you. Holy hell.
I cannot thank you enough for dispatching those brutes.
This resistant potion. Yeah, I don't know if that's me just sort of, I don't know, focusing on the wrong stuff, but my characters have really gotten quite squishy against these opponents, right? I mean, they're all really strong melee attackers that on top of that use tenebrium weapons. So I guess to a degree it's kind of expected. But yeah, I need to be really, really careful not to
I cannot thank you enough for dispatching those
not to be hit. Or not to let my ranged characters be hit by the melee guys. Which can be quite the struggle. Okay. That could be apple pie. Orc sword. Alright. Nice. Charming arrow. Perfume bottle. Elven stew. That actually sounds pretty good. Alright, let's see. There we go. Last guy still here. Yeah, I wonder if the implication really is that the guys up top just haven't really heard what we're doing here. Of course, Medora is in the worst position possible. Let's see. Let's fortify her regardless. Let's put the swordsman in front of his face.
Join us, soulless one.
Oath of Desecration on Berdotta. And then I'm gonna run the fuck away. Can she hit him from here? Should be able to. What the hell is she? What? Alright, no idea what's happening there, but sure. Let's move here. Should be able to hit him from here though. Yeah. I can actually go with the silver arrow first. Yeah, so let's use the silver one instead of the cursed one. You want to keep the cursed ones and then hit him with the barrage. Honestly, I kind of forgot that I can just blind him. Probably would make this whole situation fairly easy to deal with. But of course it fails. Nice. Well then. Let's set him on fire. Although that does mean that I won't be able to run away. Oh well. No big deal. Hold up. What is supposed to be blocked here? Are you kidding me? Yeah, honestly, let's just walk into the room. This is getting ridiculous at this point.
I can smell your fear.
Alright. Well, that worked out well. I did not expect him to go down that easily. I mean, obviously it's just one target, but still. Okay.
I cannot thank you enough for dispatching those brutes.
Doesn't look like anything's in here. Can we open up the other doors now? Yeah, because those are locked by a spell.
Our savior. I know not why you take pity on us, but I thank you for your kindness. But wait! We can't take a step toward freedom without Nolan. Have you seen him? They took him away quite some time ago, and we've been hearing terrible sounds.
Yeah, he's fine.
He lives! Oh, by the blessed Seven, we thank you! The terrible ordeal he must have gone through. But it's over now, isn't it? It's over now that the gods have sent a hero to save us.
Let's get you out of here.
Before we were overrun by orcs, this prison was little used among we of Hunter's Edge. Still, there were always rumors that its cells couldn't hold captives for long. Some said they were swallowed up by a demon. They were only rumors, but perhaps there is a way to get us out of here.
What the I was gonna say he did some weird stuff here, but why the hell is he constantly moving the bed back and forth? I guess he's digging a tunnel or something? Is that the implication? Alright, buddy.
You made short work of those monsters. If not for you, I'd likely have been trampled flat or crushed to pulp. If you can prove you're good, the tunnel out is here somewhere. In the farthest room, if my sight serves.
Okay.
Fortunately, you'll be able to move freely now that you've dispatched those guards.
Hey, welcome back. How's it going? Well, I mean, now it's going well again. Although I'm not sure if me killing the guards down here is gonna have any implications for the village up above. I'm in Hunter's Edge right now, and the whole village is has been overrun by these warriors and orcs, and yeah, I had some trouble in this cell specifically the first time around. Fun times indeed. I mean, I have to say, the idea of the village in and of itself is really, really cool, because there's a lot going on, and it's definitely... It's just fun to see the types of interactions that you can have with them thinking that I'm part of them, but not really. Now I just hope that the Jarl, their leader, didn't hear anything of what I was doing down here, because I just more or less killed all the prison guards and the orc that was torturing people down here. Let's see, the hunt in Hunter's Edge. The prisoner Nolan said he could tell us where the villages are hidden if we help him escape through a hidden tunnel within the prison. Before I do that though, let's take a look at my character. Okay, that's quite a few ability points. Question being, what do I want to do with them? I think I still have a new skill somewhere. If memory serves me right. Infectious Flame, yeah. It's another master skill, so I want to level up Pyrokinetic to 5. Which should hopefully allow me to learn it. Yes, nice. Okay. True. I didn't think about that. There might actually be a good chance to blame the orcs for it. I don't know if the Jarl's gonna go for that. I might have to... Well... charm him, reason with him, something like that. Would be pretty cool. I mean, technically... Well, I don't know what we're gonna do here. We're certainly trying to get the villagers out through that secret tunnel. If we escape through that as well, well, then the Jarl should know, right? But... yeah, that would be cool if I can if I can blame it on the orcs. Not quite sure what this magical lock is connected to, though. Oh yeah, I think he's actually trying to dig a tunnel behind his bed. That's why he's constantly moving it back and forth. Not really subtle, but... I would have thought that the magical lock might have been connected to the little goblin caster guy, but doesn't seem to be the case. There isn't really anything else in here that might be connected to that specifically. I just realized that this tunnel is actually behind here. There's a ton of stone between it, though. $14? Was that a D20? As if, I mean, 14 isn't too bad, I guess. Wait, can he give us another hint? Or am I just supposed to find it by myself?
You made short work of those monsters. The tunnel out is here somewhere. In the farthest room, if my...
In the farthest room. So do I just have to see it? Wait, let me get my perception up a little bit. She has the highest one, I think. Or do I just have to move some furniture here? I feel like should be behind here, right? Not over here. Can I move the table, maybe? Let's move this back here. No. Or is it the farthest room? I mean, it looks like it's the room I was just in, but I guess technically that's not the farthest. Can I move this stuff? Oh, oops. That looks a bit weird. Alright. It's better. I mean, this is clearly not a room, so... Nice build. Kind of insane that she can just move that, but... Sure, why not? Ah, there we go. How the hell did I not see the button?
What on earth? A tunnel? It must have been uncovered by prisoners long ago.
Who knows how many doomed it led to freedom?
Well, you're saying that, but the problem is, you know, the other woman in the prison just mentioned something about a demon, so it might not be necessarily the path you want to take. Yeah, I should probably take a look first before I let the prisoners through here, because otherwise this might end badly. If we do that, let me check. Okay, she got 4 ability points. So I could level up Scoundrel, but that doesn't really help me because I don't even have enough Scoundrel skills yet. Can't level up Bow further. Expert Marksman. Yeah, let's keep them for the next level. Do a quick save. Forlorn Tunnel. Oh, what?
I'm growing too accustomed to the sight of corpses.
Yeah.
If we do our job, these will be among the last we find.
Not too sure about that, but I'm just more concerned by what potentially killed them. Don't they also look like somewhat recent victims? So that either means that the tunnel has just been hidden and has actually been used for a while. Yeah, there's definitely something else down here, right? Although... Nightcap, level 18? Did you have to run through the poison, really? Okay. Let's wait for her to get healed up. Oh, hello. Spore-infested guard? That thing looks like a freaking clicker from The Last of Us. Oh boy. Okay, I was gonna say, are the mushrooms actually going to attack me? What the hell are they? They really do look like clickers, don't they? Have mushrooms growing all over the head? Well, hopefully they're actually susceptible to fire. They should be. Oh boy, or maybe they are not. How does that work? Wait, what the hell? What kind of mushrooms are these? Those are pretty high in terms of resistance. The good thing is, Redotta can actually deal physical damage from a distance. They better don't fuck up the TV show. Yeah, that's... well, I do have a little bit more faith in HBO is doing it, right? Compared to other crews like Netflix with The Witcher and whatnot, but... Well, one thing that I personally dislike a little bit about it is that they're just apparently retelling the game's story, which, when they first announced it, I thought that they were going to do something else, but within the same universe. I don't know. Because that's already... I don't know what they're really planning there, because... I don't know. It's going to be weird either way, right? If they just retell the same story, you already know what's going to happen. If they change it up, it might feel weird because you know how it's supposed to go. And then at the same time, it's already going to be difficult because we know the, like, Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker as the two main characters, and seeing somebody else portray that role, right? It's going to be probably a little bit of a threshold to get into the characters. I don't know. I think, what I guess mainly they're probably making the show for people who haven't really played the video game, right? But they have to realize that fans of the game will also want to watch the show, so they're going to show scenes from places you didn't spend much time in. Yeah, I hope that they're doing something like that, right? I mean, if they actually respect the material and hopefully are aware of what's expected of them, then I mean, it doesn't necessarily, the setup doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be bad. It can be quite good. It's just, yeah. Well, it certainly would have been easier, I think, had they just told a totally different story and just expanded on the universe. Maybe told a story that sort of happened alongside of what Joel and Ellie were going through at the time. I don't know. But yeah, hopefully since it is HBO, we're going to see a little bit of a better execution there. Right, I mean, it's... I only watched the first season of The Witcher so far, and the stuff that I've read about the second one, and the fact that they had to drop the lead role, right, because they apparently had different opinions about the script and whatnot. I don't know. All of that really already turned me off of the series, and it's just a shame because it'll probably mean that we won't get another Witcher series for like 10 years or something, right? Well, that's the thing though. Didn't The Witcher actually stick to the... the problem is with The Witcher that they made some really, really awkward changes to it, but actually, I don't know. Also, it's different with The Witcher because they originally wanted to put the books on screen, right? Whereas the games actually play after the books, so that makes way more sense as a setup for me. But, well, then they kind of fucked it up, and I don't know, it's really unfortunate. I just don't understand what they're sometimes doing with that. I don't understand how that constantly keeps happening, because it's also an insane amount of money that gets put behind these series, right? And I don't understand how... Because I always thought that, you know, writing a script and making sure that it's good, isn't that sort of almost the cheapest part of the whole process? And somehow that's always the thing that they fuck up. It's really, really strange that they... maybe it's also just the writers that they hire for it. I don't know. Alright, these aren't necessarily taking as much damage as I would have liked them to. At least they're still fairly far away, so hopefully we can do something here. Do we already want to summon in a skeleton? Might want to do that next turn. Yeah, that's what I heard as well, that he dropped out because of that. Well, that's also why I don't really plan on continue watching it, I guess. I mean, I don't really have Netflix currently anyways, so... And I'm certainly not gonna get it just because of one series, but... Man, it's just really a shame. The first season wasn't even bad. It was... I mean, the... what they did with the timeline, how it was shown out of order, it was a kind of a cool idea. I didn't think that they really executed it too well, but overall it was still fairly well done. But it wasn't super great, right? Definitely not on the same level as the games, so... Yeah, I just read a bunch of fairly bad stuff about Season 2, so I just kind of lost interest in it. It's just really sad to see, because it's probably going to take ages until somebody tries to adapt the books again, and, you know, this was actually a really, really good opportunity. But then again, I just don't understand why you would want to work on a show if you don't like the source material, right? Because apparently the writers didn't really like the book, and they... How does that happen? Why would you even... I don't know. I just don't understand. I wouldn't... You know... I don't know. If somebody came up to me and said, hey, do you want to do like a follow-up movie to 50 Shades of Grey? Then I would say no. I hate the books. I mean, I've never read them, but I just don't like that sort of... Just... The trailers of those movies looked utterly ridiculous to me. I had absolutely zero interest in that, right? Why would I want to do a follow-up movie to it? So, how... I don't understand how that happens. How you can do that willingly and subject yourself to a book or material that you aren't necessarily invested in, and try to... what a weird setup. Yeah, now we're kind of stuck with it, and I don't even know what Netflix is going to do. I mean, maybe if not a lot of people are going to watch Season 3, maybe they'll just drop it. But at this point, they've already announced the, like, what's his name? The Australian actor, right? For Season 4, so don't they kind of have to go through with it now? I really don't understand. Maybe they're still making enough money with it to warrant continuing the story, but it's all kind of a mess. I should probably strengthen her, considering that they're weak to physical attacks. Yeah, don't even... But didn't they fully announce Season 4 already? I mean, or maybe that was just that somebody had heard of the actor that's supposed to play Geralt after that. It was all pretty weird. I mean, that in and of itself, right? Even if, let's suppose the show would have been really good, and they had to change the lead role for other reasons, right? Maybe the actor got sick or something like that. Even then, I feel like it would have been kind of a tough call to still go through with it. I mean, I know that they're always just after the money, right? And they sadly rarely care about actually telling a good story. But that would have already been a pretty tough sell. So with all the circumstances that are surrounding it now, going through with the same kind of thing, they might as well just start a new series or something. Just, you know, drop the main series and do, I don't know, a spin-off or something. I feel like that actually might work out better. If they separated enough from the main thing, it might have even gotten some people back into it. I don't know. Should probably just try to burn everything here, even though they're not really susceptible to fire, but should make it easier for me to deal with the two zombie things at least. Wait, do they have... Oh, she can't see that, right? At least their HP isn't really that high. Let's conserve those points. That looks good. At least this way they have to run through the fire. I don't think I have anything to... Let's hasten her. That way she has a bunch more attacks, hopefully. Obviously, now it's going to be a bit difficult for Medora to actually go through, and I still don't really know what they will even do. Let's maybe start off with this. I think I'm just going to move in front, actually. And of course I'm going to poison myself. Let's see. Might not be bad. And conserve the rest of the points. Okay, so they just create poison. I was kind of expecting that, but... Oh wait, they're really, really slow? Guess they're the slow type of zombie. Well, that makes the whole... Oh wait, there's another one. Oh shit, they have some sort of spawning ground. Pitch dark tunnel. Oh. Well, that's gonna make things more interesting. Well, as soon as the mushrooms are gone, hopefully the rest of the stuff should be easier to deal with. Should probably try to keep things burning, though. Wait, didn't I actually hasten her? Oh, okay, that splintered arrow or whatever it's called always needs a lot of HP. Let's actually summon in this guy. He can just knock them out from there. Immune to being poisoned. The poison immunity I don't really need right now. Oh, Nick. Yeah, I'm... my main character can summon in Nick. I don't know if I really need Nick, though. I kind of want to just spread a bunch more fire, because that way it's probably going to be really difficult for them to move to me to begin with. It's a little bit difficult. If they have so many high elemental resistances, then... What the hell am I even supposed to do here? Let's maybe conserve her points for the time being. Instead of Nick, I could also summon in the fire elemental, though. Could certainly be better against the zombies. Or do the Infectious Flame now that I have it. Then again, they're already burning, right? At least these two are. The Nightcaps are resistant to that anyways, so... Probably just want to get rid of the zombies here. Oh, that costs so many AP. Right, he heals from poison. It's actually not a bad idea. He would still be burned, though. But he might be good against the mushrooms. Yeah, I think I just want to get rid of the two initial zombies here. And once... Oh, never mind. Well, I can attack him. Once they're gone... I can deal with the mushrooms more easily, hopefully. Well, that's annoying. It means I can't attack him, really. Let's just conserve the points for next round. Alright. Can she... She's still immune to poison, right? She can burn, but she's fortified. Can I hit all three of them? Yes.
I need water. Chaos grips my hands today.
How the fuck did it... That's so annoying when you miss with that. Alright, am I in reach? Really? Well, being resistant to poison is certainly quite effective, at least. Okay, can't see him. Taunting doesn't really do much. Really. Oh, nice. Knocked him down as well. Ah, thankfully he's not gonna attack Medora. I was afraid that she's a little bit of in a precarious situation there, but that's gonna be fine. I just need to remind myself to make her immune to being poisoned again. And move my characters forwards accordingly. But first of all... Those zombies are really persistent. Oh boy. Can I hit all of them? Yeah. Might actually want to bless my characters with Lillian. Just so that I can actually hit them. Nice. They heal from poison as well. That's a bit unfortunate. But at least I can deal some decent damage to them. Where is that? Yeah, let's actually do that. Usually that doesn't help much, but considering that even Bedotta only gets an 85% chance to hit them, probably helps out. Decapitator, do I want to... Well, Medora is a little bit far away now. Guy's still knocked down. I mean, everything is still burning. This guy's burning as well, so... It's not gonna help too much. Well, what can I really do? I could try to charm the zombie. Base attack is so OP, yeah. I mean, she's also strengthened right now, but still. Especially when opponents are really weak to physical attacks. It can get pretty insane. I just wish I had more support right now. Some sort of stuff that could make them even stronger. Because just doing a normal attack on the zombie probably isn't going to do much. I guess it can weaken it. Maybe that's going to help out. At least it also worked for a change. I wish that would have a bigger radius. It can be really annoying. Target immune to being poisoned. Should I try to prepare something here? No. I definitely need to go back here at some point, though. I mean, I could just move up a little bit. But I also don't want to be too much of a target for them. Let me double check. Yeah, their earth resistance is just too high. Water. She really can't do anything against them. That's really, really unfortunate. I don't know. Let's just do that. At least it helps out a little bit, hopefully. Smoke's gone. I mean, yeah, Nick's probably a good idea. Just to help out with the mushrooms. Otherwise, it's gonna take ages for them to be killed. What? That happened? He sometimes just dies immediately. That happened some time before. But I've summoned him on fire. Many times before, so... Or did I always get lucky? There is a certain chance that he just burns up right away, I think, for some reason. Well, that was a bit of a... bit of an unfortunate thing.
Vengeance from the skies!
I definitely need to pay more attention to that. Maybe it's just a certain chance that he burns up right away? I'm gonna get it, though. Try to get rid of you. And attack you. Let's see, what do we have here? Hopefully this will help. Nice. Okay, that's 2 of them gone, and I should probably heal myself a little bit, just to be sure. Because, yeah. I was expecting that at some point they're gonna walk over to her. Okay, well, at least they're not that strong, seems like. Okay. Yeah, I guess normal attacks are gonna do it. Now back to Lillian, and me not knowing at all what I'm supposed to do with her. I mean, I could... If I move her up, I can make Medora immune to poison again. Guess I'm somewhat safe at this point. How far does this reach? Oh, not nearly far enough. Well, never mind then, I guess. It's still not too bad to be able to heal her, though. Did she actually get the blessing? She did not. At least that's some form of support. Yeah, this wouldn't really hit everybody. I could just pre-heal her, but nah. That also doesn't really seem... Oh yeah, I could do this. This might actually burn the mount they're climbing out of. I don't know if that's a thing that can happen. Pitch dark tunnel. Nah. It's not burning, but might help out a little bit. Alright, let's see. They're not really... They're susceptible to fire and air. Yeah, okay, they are. Let me... What's worth more? Doing 2 normal attacks, or... Technically, I could try to summon in the fire elemental to deal with the hole in the ground already. Can I please? Thank you. And then do 1 normal attack on this guy. Nice. Stunned again. That was important. Oh, wait, what? Really? Huh? Didn't I just do the first attack with 5 AP? How can the second one require more? Ah, well. Oh boy. Did not realize I was gonna do so much damage to the fire elemental, but alright. Let's throw that on the tunnel. Do I just want to try attacking it? Yeah, sure. Oh no, never mind. I can't walk over to it. Just move up 1 bit and do this then. Probably wasn't the best idea, but oh well. How can mushrooms have 100% or even more resistance to fire, though? These are some pretty mighty mushrooms, not gonna lie. I mean, thankfully, she still has quite a bit of health. Okay. I can't see him, really? Oh boy. Yeah, let's just get rid of the mushroom then. He just turns around and does something else. I guess, well, zombie probably can't see Medora either, right? It's a fire elemental gone. Okay. Well, let's see. Can't see that thing. She's just gonna continue to chuck away at their health, I guess. And then Lillian can heal Medora. And... the Decapitator is still here. I don't think he's gonna stick around for much longer, but... maybe I'll get another round with him. Man. Right, the poison resist. I'm still too far away from her to do that. Alternatively, I mean, technically the fire isn't even helping me that much anymore, right? So if I were to make it rain, technically it would also get rid of the poison. Do I want to do that? Let's just throw that on the mount for now. Ooh, yeah, that was pretty effective. Nice. Still a little bit annoyed at that summon of Nick, but... oh well, I guess that can happen. Can I still target it? I think so. Target the ground. Okay. That exploded a bunch of stuff again. They're burning, but technically they're not taking any damage from that, right? Oh wait, there's another one back there? Wait, are there more tunnels, or did it already spawn in another one? Let's move up slightly as well. I definitely need to, but I also need to... I think I want to get rid of the fire eventually. Nice. Everything's constantly exploding. Okay. They do still have quite a bit of health, though. Oh. I think the mushrooms didn't actually know what to do because they can't see anything. Yeah, she's fine. Hopefully. Aren't they supposed to be some sort of clicker, though? If they use echolocation? I mean, they're not actually clicking, so... I guess they're still trying to see me with their own eyes or something. They do seem to be fairly confused, though, with all the smoke. There we go. Alrighty. Do I finally have my barrage back? I do. I'm close enough to actually use it, though. Can't see that one. These two are coming closer, but that shouldn't be much of an issue, hopefully. Oh yeah, I was too far away for that. Okay, never mind, the decapitator is still around, so... Should I try to use Flee? Or rather, Fear? I can also do this, but... don't think that makes much sense either. Would be pretty funny if they just run back through the fire. Sure. Nope. Why did I expect that would happen? The hell? Wait, did it spawn in another one? No, wait. What just happened? I think one of them also died immediately. That looked weird. Fire, air, yeah, I can't really do anything here. I guess, you know what? Let's make my main immune to poison. Might actually help. And then I can just... do some shenanigans with them. Let's try to blind this guy. Because that way he won't annoy me for a while, and then maybe cast that on him. Okay, That's a decapitator gone. Didn't actually expect these mushrooms to be this difficult to take down. Finally. Right. Can't attack you. I think I'm actually gonna eat dinner. Heals a bit, gives me more strength. That guy's confused. That got burned up. Nice. I mean, it's not super difficult to get through here, but it certainly does require a little bit more of a thought process at certain points. Yeah, it's spawning in new things, and that's why they constantly blow up. But that target is apparently out of sight for some reason. Oh! Ah, that's why one of them burned up. I didn't realize. Because of all the smoke, they don't actually see me. So they aren't part of the turn-based combat and just burn up. Oh, that's actually really funny. What the fuck? I mean, I've talked about this at length before. This is obviously not supposed to happen, but it's funny when it does happen. I just wish that the game would treat everything as turn-based as soon as you enter turn-based combat, right? It's just strange that this can happen, because now I can just wait and he's gonna die. Yeah, they don't really dish out damage. Well, it depends, I guess. If you're really susceptible to poison, it could be bad. I don't know. But then again, they don't really have anything that helps them, because they themselves wouldn't be able to burn anything, so nothing can explode and stuff, right? They can heal each other with it, though. So I guess if you aren't able to really do enough physical damage, then it could be quite difficult to deal with them, but yeah, this is kind of funny, honestly, that can happen. Anyways, let's... how can it be... oh yeah, never mind, that's too far. Yeah, let's just do the normal attack. I need to get Oath of Desecration going again. I think that's still on cooldown, yeah. I might want to fortify her again, though. Just to be sure, because she's kind of far away there. And then... yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm just going to go with the rain to hopefully get rid of a bunch of smoke here. I also need to finally hit the hole in the ground to completely get rid of them. If they keep spawning in, that's going to be an issue at some point. Well, not really going to be an issue, but it's going to be annoying. So... let's see. Let's just do that. And normal attack, I guess. Oh, I should also remember to take a look at the state of my gear after these couple encounters. Could be pretty bad. Let's see. Where's that gonna get me? I was kind of hoping that I could maybe hit the mount with it as well, but it doesn't look like that's the case. And this doesn't really get me all that far. Ah, well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Maybe... does that hit the mount? It should, right?
Your head will spin
yeah, it does.
faster than my blade.
Perfect. Alright. Boy, they're really slow with attacking, right? Yeah, you can always find ways to cheese, that's true. It's just... Well, the funny thing here is, right, that it happens on accident. I don't actually want to cheese it. I mean, I kind of did there by just waiting it out, but one of them already burned up without me realizing that they had even spawned in. It's just... I'm just kind of wondering why it's actually an issue, right? Why they didn't do that differently, I guess. Because it happened so many times by now that I'm just wondering how they didn't change it. Maybe it wasn't too much of a concern, but it's just a fairly strange that it keeps happening over and over. Yeah, this is probably overkill. It failed anyways. Man, for some reason Lillian really has trouble dealing damage at all in a lot of encounters nowadays because, well, her damage types just aren't really compatible with what I'm encountering so far. Oops. That wasn't actually what I was trying to do. I thought it targeted Medora. Was it undead? Which means healing kills it? Or can that always happen? Oh well. That was kind of an accident, but actually helpful. Okay, what now? I won't actually deal damage to them, right? Let me just heal her, and then she can deal with the rest. Let's just do that. Well, that worked out.
I needed that.
Shouldn't the poison clouds go away at some point? I guess I can just blow them up if I wanted to, but... Let's see. Summon in rain again. Alright, I do need to very quickly do something else, though. Yeah, I'm gonna take a very short... Let me quick save. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about this. Apparently there's been some problems. Oh god, I hate that when you just try to order food and then something just doesn't work on their freaking website. I don't know what's happening with that. But yeah, I wanted to take a lunch break anyway. I might be back in a second here. Let me just do a proper save. Just one. Yeah. I also move my characters together a bit. At least the poison clouds disappeared, huh? But yeah, I'm gonna take my lunch break for now. I might be back in between, but I have to do this weird thing with the stuff. Where I have to call them real quick. Hopefully this will work out. If you want to stick around, feel free to. Otherwise, I hope you have a great rest of your day. But yeah, sorry about that, but something went wrong with that order, I think. Anyways, I'll be back. Never mind. I just got a confirmation email for some reason. So it just said that the payment didn't go through, but it actually got charged to my credit card. But the website still said no, didn't work. You know, something went wrong, blah blah blah. So I just wanted to call them, but now I got the email, and apparently they're preparing the food already. So I don't know. That was weird. That's never happened before. Usually it just, you know, goes through without issues and it works out, but that was weird. I'm beginning to wonder whether or not it's something on Apple's side, because I had some problems with, like I somewhere got 3 months Apple TV for free, which doesn't really, I mean, the ridiculously low amount of shows that they actually have on Apple TV, I don't know how anybody would actually pay for that. Anyways, I got 3 months for free, and it was a hassle even getting that, even though it was technically, it said in the app, right? I just needed to press a button and in order to get it, but for some reason they wouldn't unlock it. I don't know. Wasted like an hour of my life on that. Or maybe even more. Yeah, anyways. Until the food's here, I can continue playing. That was weird. Anyways, let's see. Switch to my main. Helmet. Well, I saved twice already, right? I was gonna say, do I need to save again? But no. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. I wonder if this leads into one of the houses in the village, or if this is gonna lead somewhere else entirely. Also, I just realized everybody leveled up, right? Let's see, I didn't really get anything for it. Medora, she has a bunch of ability points. Man-at-Arms. Two-handed. I could level up two-handed. At this point, I don't know if that's really worth it, though. Because it only increases your crit chance. Which isn't necessarily bad, but I don't really know. Her bodybuilding and willpower isn't bad, though. Base 3. I could increase both. What does Lucky Charm do? Extra treasures. Improves your offense rating. I think that could technically further increase my crit, right? Offense determines the chance of hitting an enemy with your currently equipped weapon. Honestly, increasing her Lucky Charm might not be the worst idea. I don't know, 112, 115, is that really worth it in terms of points, though? Because I could do this, right? Yeah, I think I'm actually going to go with that. It just works out better, I think.
My kingdom for a dry shot!
Oh. Wait a second, that's just the cave that I've already been to. I found this entrance some time ago. Oh boy, do I want to know what kind of trouble I caused within the village, though? I don't know if the Jarl is going to believe me. Oh boy. Anyways, let's see what happened there. Okay, wait. Maybe I should actually go back for a second, though. Because I cleaned out the cave. I kind of forgot that the others weren't just following me, though. I think they're still in their, Wait, let me double check. Let's put some rain down here, just to get rid of the poison. Because I don't trust the others to not walk through it. Does it get rid of it? It might not, actually. Ah, well, it's gonna be fine. I can just heal them. As long as I don't forget to heal myself again, it should hopefully be fine. But wait, so this cave, I could have technically gone in before entering the prison? I guess I wouldn't have been able to open up the door though, right? Because I'm pretty sure you can only open this up if you press the button inside here. Still not sure what this magical lock is about though. I mean, it might be connected to someone else entirely. Doesn't have to be someone that's down here, right?
You made short work of those monsters. If not, please, you must help the others escape first.
Oh, wait, he wants... Okay.
Hello again, stranger. You've cleared the way? Our hero rises to every challenge. Bless you, bless you.
Alright. So those two are gone. Can you get out of here now, please, as well?
You made short work of those monsters. It's too good to be true.
Okay.
You found the tunnel then, and the other prisoners are already free?
They are indeed.
Well, let us be on our way. Quickly, before the beasts upstairs send reinforcements.
Well, hopefully they haven't even noticed that something's happened. But, I'm not really sure about that.
All set. My hero, you've outdone yourself. Let us be on our way then.
Right. Hopefully they're not going to get attacked once we leave the cave. Technically, there shouldn't be any kind of threats between this place and Silver Glen, but oh boy, do they know them? Wait, let me just double check. Just need to make sure that the pizza's actually ready, but yeah, it looks like it. Okay, sorry about this, but I need to take another short break. I just need to make sure that the other people here know that I actually already paid for it, not that we double pay or anything. Be right back. Alright. Oh, yeah, sorry about that again, but I didn't originally plan to order pizza today. All kind of went sideways a little bit, but, oh well. It happens, I guess.
What news?
The other way is clear. Oh, they would have waited here for us to get rid of the mushrooms, I guess.
What an invaluable friend you've been to me. And now I'll endeavor to return the favor. The hidden villagers, yes? The wizard prepared a special hiding place for them. A cellar outside their home, concealed by a massive black boulder. First, though, you'll need a key. This you'll find within one of the wizard's beehives. Destroy the boulder, unlock the cellar door, and you'll find yourself face to face with those you seek.
That actually sounds pretty elaborate. No wonder that they haven't been able to find the villagers then. Okay. Especially the cellar outside their home concealed. Wait, so it's not actually in that home where they were looking, where it looked like that some footprints were moving through the wall? Is that, maybe that's just a misplaced texture actually. Because I thought for sure that the cellar was going to be there, just that it was sort of magically hidden away or something, but I guess it's somewhere else entirely. Within one of the wizard's beehives. The beehives, aren't they at the entrance to the town? I'm pretty sure, right? That's where the weeds and the other plants and stuff were growing. It might be close to where the wizard lives, though, if they're his beehives. Alright, well, at least we know where they are.
Freedom and sunlight. Freedom and fresh air. I'll never forget this kindness you've granted me, my friend. Not on my life. I bid thee the best of luck.
Where the heck are they even going? Hopefully they're going to Sicil or something, because otherwise... I don't know. Prisoner Nolan told us to look for the villages among the rocks behind the house near the village gate. There is a hatch hidden under a large boulder. The key to the hatch is hidden in a beehive behind the wizard's house. Alright, yeah, that means that we have to go to the wizard's house first.
It seems we weren't the only prisoners to find passage in this tunnel, but it seems our predecessors didn't have a hero to guide them.
Very much looks like that's the case. I wonder if they actually fell victim to the weird mushroom zombies.
It's like the sun after a long and frigid winter. We've lost so many in these terribly dark days. But you've even rescued our dear Nolan. Words cannot express our gratitude, dear hero. But perhaps something I overheard could be some compensation for your troubles. One of the orcish brutes mentioned that Grutilda is collecting quite the stash of loot. You can find the entrance to the cellar from her office in the tavern. Here, I'll show you. Thank you, our hero. Thank you and goodbye.
Alright, so I already got my reward by now knowing where the other villagers are hiding. This is a bit of a weird reward, not gonna lie. I mean, it's cool, you know, they're free. I was gonna help them anyways, but this seems kind of obvious to me. I mean, first of all, we already knew about the fact that Grutilda was stashing up loot to begin with. I mean, it also just makes sense. And that it's going to be from an entrance in her office also just makes sense. I don't know, this doesn't really feel like it's secret information that, you know, we had to have been told this specifically to know about it. Ah well, no big deal though. We helped the prisoners escape the prison by way of a hidden tunnel. I wonder what will happen if we just emerged out of the prison again. I wonder if I should risk that. It seems like kind of a funny idea, to be completely honest. To just come back up the stairs and say, "Oh, there has been an attack! All the prisoners are gone!" But then again, they would maybe follow them. Doesn't necessarily seem like the best of ideas, right? Do I want to risk just going up the staircase? I don't know, something about that just seems very funny to me. I mean, what other choice do I have, right? The only other thing that I could do is follow them through the cave and then just go to the village entrance again. I don't think the game's gonna treat it as such, but technically that would be way more suspicious, right? If we just discover a hidden thing in the cellar and suddenly all the prisoners are gone. Kind of depends on whether or not they were even aware of all the commotion that was going on down here. Technically they should be, I think. I mean, it would be fairly weird if they didn't hear anything, but maybe we can talk our way out of this as well. Let me actually switch to Lillian, because maybe that is something we can do.
I'm overheating here.
Never mind. I guess they just don't care.
How are things progressing? Any of them spilled the gruel?
Hey?
Heard you showed them what for downstairs, is that right? A fellow of the mountain indeed, if not by blood. Back to me.
Wait a second. Do they think that all the screaming and all the death that's been going on downstairs is me torturing the prisoners? That would be really... That's ridiculously funny. Seriously?
Shut your mouth and go get some wine, why don't you?
Alright. Do you think the same?
May your sword never sully, and your shield never shatter.
Alright, I guess they're fine with it. We just have to hope that none of them actually check on the prisoners, I suppose. Right? I mean... Oh boy. double check when I ordered the pizza. Should have about 5 more minutes. Well, the question is, what do I even do now? Do I want to go to the Wizards hut and see what I can do there, or do you think that I can do anything else here? The human who is guarding the door to the warehouse. Can we, like, interrogate him or something?
You may be a Flatlander, but you could be of some use yet. Sneak up behind Gruntilda and stick a dagger in her skull, would you? You again?
Oh.
You got cotton in your ears, or are you just plain stupid?
Yeah, see, Jarl has asked me to investigate the matter of the stolen bloodstones.
Chief asked you to look into the matter, did he? Well, I can't say if you know your ass from your forehead, but if you've earned Jarl's trust, you've earned mine too. Go ahead and have a look. I fear there won't be much to find, though.
Huh. They're kind of ridiculously easy to convince, but whatever. Wait, I'm not allowed to open the chest though? That's a bit weird.
If I find the October lad that did this, I'm feeding him to menace.
There's really nothing you can find in here.
Warm as dragon's breath.
Pretty sure they're not gonna like me opening the chest though. What was up with the blood again? That leads outside of the village, right? Yeah. I mean, I could also just try to talk to Gruntilda. It's a bit of a difficult thing here, right? Because I could also just go up to the wizard's house. Technically, I need to go there anyways at some point, but do I want to do it right now? Okay, so the thing is, in order to continue this quest, I'm fairly certain that I have to follow the blood, right? That's leading out of the warehouse. Prisoners are behind the wizard's house. Maybe I want to do the stuff with the whiskey next. Okay, that's just the main quest. Don't know what to do with those two. I don't know where this is a quest either. And then the armory key. Really, the only other quest that I think I would be able to do is the stuff with the whiskey. I was already down here, though. Wait, didn't he tell us something along the lines of there being really, really good whiskey down here? Did I miss that last time? Did I forget to pick it up? Or... I mean, this is just... this is the secret lair of the necromancer, right? Bottle of wine. Maybe I should talk to the barkeep again. I'm not entirely sure what he told me. Didn't he say something along the lines of there being really good whiskey down in this house? Might have been another house, though.
I'm overheating here.
Let me talk to him again.
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
Can you guys stop commenting on the frickin' weather all the time, or whether or not you're warm or cold?
What can I do you for?
So I tried to talk to him about this, right?
That I am. Each glass brings us... Now, that was a man dedicated to fine liquor. Knew all there was to know about distilling whiskey, he did. Oh, look, stranger. I've been through hell and back 1,000...
Do I really just need to try and make whiskey then? Do I even have the book still? Oh god, this is gonna be...
You've got to the count of 1 to kneel before me.
I mean... Technically, right? As long as I get rid of everybody here and resolve the whole orc warrior situation, you know, entirely, then the barkeep doesn't really have to fear anything. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna try to go to the wizard's house next. Potentially find those prisoners. Maybe they'll tell me or help me somehow to talk to the wizard as well. And as soon as we've done that, maybe there's a way to convince everybody to do anything. Unless I could talk to Grootilda as well. Anyway, so gonna make a save, and at this point finally actually take my lunch break, and it's gonna be a bit, hopefully everything actually worked out with the proper order of the pizza, but I think it did. I mean, you know, everything seems to be fine so far. But yeah, I'm gonna take my lunch break now. Again, sorry about all the breaks, but yeah, when something unexpected happens, what are you supposed to do, right? I'm going to take my lunch break, and when I'll be back, we will hopefully be able to resolve this entire situation once and for all. Although it might still take a while, especially since I don't know what the wizard's actually been up to, and whether or not he trusts us, and what that might lead into. Otherwise, enjoy the leisurely conversations of the orcs in the tavern, and the barkeep's frantic struggle to find more whiskey. I'll be back in about half an hour. Alrighty, I'm back. Took a little bit longer than I expected, just for a pizza, but I hope the orcs and everybody around here kept you company. At least it's technically a tavern, right? So you would drink and eat and all that neat stuff. Alright, I was debating with myself whether or not I should maybe try to talk to Grootilda first. Don't know if that's a good idea, though.
You've got to the count of 1 to kneel before me.
Hey, wait a second. She's actually... Oh, no, never mind. I looked at this buff already. I always think that's an invincible buff, too, like the stuff that the Death Knights have, but it's actually not. Alright. Hello.
Perhaps you haven't heard, whelp. Every time a foot soldier disturbs me, I take his head to compensate for my time.
Okay. You're the leader of the orcs, are you not?
Leader. A word that hardly suffices. I lead them as far as the head leads the body. They serve me and live in service to me. I am their all-mother, the beginning and end of their very lives.
Good to know, good to know.
I am loved by them. I am craved by them. I choose from among them he who pleases me, and I destroy the rest. The orcs of this tribe are executors of my will, no more.
That's actually interesting. I wonder if that's sort of in their culture, that they're ultimately being led by a female orc. Sort of a tribe leader. A little bit like a beehive. with the queen, right? I haven't really gotten the impression of that, though, with other orcs that we've encountered, so it might just be her. Maybe she sort of bent them to her will. I wonder how much of a role, you know, it plays that maybe the male orcs want to please her, right? And that she's kind of playing with them, and that's how she controls them. You get first pick of the spoils of war.
Naturally, there are few finer pleasures than standing before the fruits of one's labor. A stack of gold and goods to one side, and sopping sinews and bone to the other. Ah, divine. I've developed a particular affinity for tenebrium of late. The sheen of it rather pleases the eye. My boys know not to keep a shard of the stuff from me. Consider this your warning too.
Alright. Well, considering that I've already dealt with a bunch of people that had tenebrium weapons in the, you know, prison over there, I think I'm fine. Particular affinity, the way she talks is really interesting. I don't know. Because, I mean, sure, tenebrium's cool, and if you can use it, it's apparently pretty good stuff, but it's still, isn't that a very particular thing? I don't know. What use have orcs for this miserable town?
Miserable, you say? I quite like it. Save the altogether hideous pink apes infesting the place. But exterminating them was a rather titillating diversion, I must admit.
So what are you saying? You want to stay here?
The townsfolk here were no different from those in the north. The larger ones beg me to spare the smaller ones. The smaller ones bleat like lambs for the larger ones. Yet they each squeal just the same when you split their piggy skin from nose to navel.
You know, I'm fairly certain it would be the same for orcs. If they were raided by, you know, an army of humans.
Yes, I dare say the wizard won't be so pleased with himself for evading us when he returns. His servants' entrails will be wreathed among his grapevines, and the rest of the villagers are already hacking away in the tenebrium mines. Undead drones bent in service to the conduit.
Yeah, about that. Maybe I shouldn't mention it. But they are not anymore. This must actually be pretty hard for Zandalor, though, right? I mean, obviously I haven't met him yet, so I don't really know what kind of person he is, but, I mean, Ikara is, you know, pretty sympathetic person, I would say, so... You know, I feel pretty bad for Zandalor, because it seems to me as if... Well, he himself certainly wasn't powerful enough to fight all these people, right? All these orcs and the warriors. So he essentially ran for safety, right? He locked himself up in his own home and put a magical seal around it so that they won't be able to get to him. But, I mean, he must have known the entire time that they were slaughtering the village, right? And they were doing that pretty much in search of him. I mean, they would have done it anyways, and they're not only looking for the wizard, but, you know, for loot and tenebrium and all kinds of stuff, for them to work in the mines, right? Undead to resurrect. So, it certainly isn't Zandalor's fault, but I feel like it must be quite the pressure on him, or rather overall quite the difficult situation that he has the knowledge of them, you know, taking over the town, potentially more or less killing everybody here, maybe even torturing them, and not really being able to do anything against it. That must be a pretty terrible feeling, so... Yeah. I wonder what we'll find once we do talk to Zandelor. What he will think about this whole situation. But then again, I don't know him, right? It might be that he is just... Maybe he doesn't really care about humans? I don't think so, but we'll see.
Our conduit didn't describe every detail of her plan to her mold-eyed pets in the mines. Well, no matter. It hardly concerns you, unless you can break the enchantments protecting his house.
Which does wonder me. Do I even want to do that? As soon as they see that they're broken, they might come running. Guess he won't let me in either way. We'll see about that. I'll have to check out the house first anyways.
But that's a matter of magic, not the erotic virtues of your mother's rot-rancid corpse. I doubt anyone from Silverglen will be of use.
You think so, huh?
So it seems. But even the cleverest magician cannot conceal his tricks forever. The wizard may have fled, but he left a passel of servants behind. Servants I very much doubt will be immune to the charms of my screws and cleavers.
Well, technically nobody remains anymore. Well, I guess she doesn't know that, but the 3 prisoners that were still left, we helped escape. The couple of servants, or the family the cat told us about, is already... Like, they're still in hiding. And... Well, besides that, I don't think anybody's here anymore. What about the missing... Do I even want to talk to her about this? Sure.
But how very obvious. Who better than a cow to bring a frightened calf back into the herd? Surely you and that bootlicker's sensibility of yours ought to have an insight or two into where a servant might seek sanctuary. Our rat catcher, regrettably, seems to be in need of some direction in the matter.
Okay.
Even vermin leave behind a worthy scrap or two.
Oh. We can actually read out that orc to her? Oh, we can tell him this as well. Her, rather. What of this do I actually want to talk about, though? Definitely not this one. Do I just want to tell her about this? Sure, let's go with it. I don't need the Tenebrium weapons anyways.
Well, that depends very much, whelp. My boys are free to do what they will with the garbage left over after a massacre. But certain more valuable materials must be delivered to me. Tell me, were my boys selling something rare or unusual?
Well... one trader offered us gear made of Tenebrium.
Indeed, one trader offered us gear made of Tenebrium.
Quite the sneak, isn't he, to hide it from you? She'll kill that trader and take the Tenebrium for herself? Yeah, I don't care. We'll kill her eventually anyways, right?
That's right. He did. Quite the sneak, isn't he, to hide it from you?
And I think for us, it'll be best to, you know, bring about as much chaos as possible here.
I understand. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Oh, that also gives us more attitude with her. Hunt and Hunter's Edge. Grotita told us about the last hidden villages. She has hired the rat catcher to this end. So I guess we can talk to the rat catcher? But first of all, let's see what she does to that trader. Kind of intrigued by it. I don't know. Maybe this isn't the most creative solution that I chose here. Let's see what happens. I don't think she's too happy about this.
What was the minimum? 5 gold?
Going to call that hand.
I think
Can everybody else shut up for a second?
You got fine, fine. I'll check anything. I don't want to try hiding under there.
Lady who gloves me.
I love. Oh man, why does nobody shut? Holy shit! Boink. Rot on the gallows? You just killed him outright. The fuck?
Come, let's have another round before I get too drunk to read the cards.
I'll win this one. The goddess is with me. Feel it.
Well then, I mean, I guess that went about as I expected it to go.
Look, there, again the lost one struts by.
Matilda gives me plenty of dears to keep myself company.
Now he's hanging here, right?
No, Ogma. Think of all the little dears you could
I prefer
have
to drown my
if you
sorrows
took
with
matters
ale.
into your own hands.
Back alley trader. Well, I guess he's gone. We told Gruntilda about the Tenebrium trader. She took matters into her own hands. Yeah, you can about say that.
Cold drink.
That's pretty cool, though. Well, because that definitely increased her.
I need to dry off.
You know, attitude towards me, towards us.
Goodness. Is supper already upon us? I'd hope for something with considerably less gristle, but I suppose you'll do.
Can you tell me about the so-called spine breaker?
The deer has certainly earned his moniker. Norok is my best boy, the pinnacle of orcish devotion.
Oh boy, that's the one that I can. Oops. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to her about this.
Make him the perfect soldier.
Completely forgot that he was called Spinebreaker.
Norok will do, and with a gleeful smile upon his simple face all the while.
His child's mind and brick hard eyes make the perfect soldier.
It would do you well not to cross me, whelp. For if I tire of dealing with you, I'll simply have you sent upstairs to the Spinebreaker. He knows just what to do with the toys Mummy Dearest sends him.
Yeah, right. I fear Spinebreaker very much. True, true. Yeah. Anything else? I don't know if I want to tell her about this, because they didn't really want to tell her, and I don't know. What about the rat catcher, though?
I've had the pleasure of making his acquaintance. Careful. He was only just released from the hangman's cells.
Oh.
What was the case? Ah, yes. I believe he ordered his rats to chew out the tongues of every last infant within a Western Orcish tribe. An answer to some insult or other from the tribe's all-mother. Or so I heard.
That's pretty fucked up. Wait, did we... I don't think we had any dealings with those orcs yet, right? Pretty sure.
He's dangerous, yes, and quite mad. But I'd trust him with my own neck. There's not an orc in Riverland that would dream of crossing Gruntilda, no matter how mad.
Maybe he can be manipulated into crossing her, though. I'd want to talk to him again. I don't know if I want to mention this. I really don't know. I mean, technically, I also don't really know how to continue the quest. Then again, technically she trusts us a bit now, right? So... maybe she would want us to investigate the matter ourselves? I don't... Well, the thing is, right? The only thing that could really happen... Yeah, anyways, let's just mention it to her.
Unless you have proof that something has gone awry in the armory, I'll hardly bother with this matter.
All right. Okay. So we would only be able to talk to her about this if we have some proof about some dealings there. All right. Let's check back with the rat catcher though. I want to see if he has something else to say.
I'm dripping.
Don't talk to the small bones, brother.
I'm drenched.
Still not entirely sure about her as well.
You there. Tell me, how's your vision? Any ailments in the liver or spleen? Lost ones are everywhere these days, after all.
I've already talked to her, right?
I'm a servant to the goddess, of course. One of the first. How much better the lost serve her as bone automatons. My expertise is they end up with their brains a bit, well, scrambled.
Yeah.
Feeling hot under the collar.
It never rains, but it pours, eh?
I'm sure to drive my sorrows with eel.
Something's here.
Is it against Dorkish custom to take a dip in the river?
The rustle of a tutu and the tinkling of bells. You ought to work on your stealth, Pinky. I can hear you a mile away. Just fine, friend. What can we do for you?
Wait, do they sell something? They have charming arrows? Alright, let's buy them. It's actually quite funny. Why can we not tell them to go away? I don't know. I feel like we should be able to tell them, hey, you know, try to walk away from this.
It's all mother, Pops. The humans. Big ugly room making me do his dirty work. I bet his skull would make a lovely goblin for Jarl's meat.
Is that what you want?
I feel like I might also just be missing some... I don't know if... Well, there are a lot of those footprints around. I was just thinking if whether or not they might give you a clue as to where that armory key is now. I don't know. He's whispering quite a bit. I don't know what to talk to him about already. Why are we seeking the wizard?
Do I look like his secretary? And even if I were, with my head in a tight little bun and my quill at the ready, the old mother doesn't share her every concern with me, you know. No, perfectly disciplined.
I think most of this I've already heard. Yeah.
They'll all leap into my lost lands. Yes, fleet. The old mother believes.
He doesn't really have anything new to say.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
I'm really debating with myself what I want to do now.
What is it that you so enjoy about death?
Oh wait, that's where the hidden cellar is? Oh. Well, the problem is if I go to it,
Let the lost die that we may live.
even if I have the key, am I not at risk of revealing their location? I mean, if I destroy the boulder on top of it. I don't know. Wouldn't I be at risk of making others aware of it too?
Toasty! Baking like a cake.
Are there even beehives here?
Two little eyes, all smashed to bits against the wood. Pity that.
Ahu is actually still here. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't look like there are beehives here, right?
Soaked to the skin.
Guess they're supposed to be next to the sorcerer's house.
It's heating up.
Hidden villages. You know what? Let's just double check on the other side. Not only because I want to take a look at the wizard's house, but also because the blood trail of whatever happened to the armory also leads that way. Not exactly the same way, because I think the wizard's house is on the hill beyond the village, whereas the blood leads to the left, near beyond the village door. But let's take a look at it. You got anything to say?
Look like the rest of the Immaculates that passed through here. Which tribe did you say you were from?
Never mind. Sorry, didn't want to talk to you. Why is... That's so weird that they decided to not make it rain up here. I mean, couldn't they have changed the weather as soon as you deal with the whole orc situation? Because this is quite strange, right? A little bit of a too abrupt weather change, I would say. What are these beautiful trees supposed to be anyways? Why am I even still picking this up? I don't need it. Or rather, I'm not really crafting with it anyways. Oh wait, there's still a couple of... I did not necessarily expect there to be orcs here. What kind of trees are these supposed to be? I wonder. Oh, what the hell is that? All right. So these are the beehives. Apparently the bees aren't too troubled with us approaching this. Nice. A bunch of gold. Dusty parchment. Though it appears like normal parchment, this sheet feels utterly alien in your hand. Of what otherworldly material could it be crafted? Why is there just one speck of this dusty parchment in here? Oh. The interloper has found the last of my secret sisters. The fourth of four. The final digit. I grow anxious awaiting the demon's arrival. Devil's magic may have helped the archfiend find my sisters, but perhaps the gods may yet help me secure my treasure. This riddle, the fourth of four, is my last defense against the coming of oblivion. By the unicorn's horn, by the cyclops' eye, I stand the last sentinel guarding nothingness. Which digit am I? What? Whatever kind of puzzle this is, I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've heard of it. So I guess I'm missing the other three hints? Doesn't really give you a quest either. Okay. Yeah, no idea what that means.
My map is slowly filling up with secrets. My map is slowly filling up with secrets. My map is slowly filling up with secrets.
I never read these.
My map is slowly filling up with secrets. I've already read this. My map is slowly filling up with secrets.
I think I completely forgot this.
My map is slowly filling up with secrets. 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 My map is slowly filling up with secrets.
I wonder if this is in here somewhere. Wait a second, this actually looks super beautiful. What the hell? I mean, well, it's raining over there too. Oh, these are like the statues that we've seen in the woods. So is this another one of the Astarte temples? Also, there's blood there, so that's certainly where we have to go to find that other guy. But from this direction, it looks super beautiful, right? I mean, I guess it was at some point. It's just that it kind of fell to ruin a little bit. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Wait, you did? Where? Oh, the stone? Please pick that up. Thank you. What the hell is going on with this telescope? That's the same vision that we saw at the end of time, right? And why is there a magical broom here? What the hell is going on? I mean, clearly this is where the wizard originally lived, right? Or where he still is? I don't really know. So I guess with the telescope he was also already more or less looking at, I guess the future? What might happen with the whole Void Dragon deal? I have to say, I kind of expected there to be some sort of actual magical barrier here.
You dare to challenge your commander, Wormbelly?
He's no commander of ours, orc scum.
That's enough out of lawyer. I've a solution that's fair for all. Rock, paper, scissors.
Who the bloody hell uses a child's game to decide matters of life?
Bit self-aware there, game, huh? Who the hell uses a child's game to decide about life and death? Alright. So now what? Oh my god.
One less mind to worry about, so who's next?
Are you kidding me? He just walks in, boom, gets blown out, dead. His corpse is just lying on the floor here. Don't you guys want to, you know, pick him up or something? Well, I guess you're not really meant to go inside of the house. Oh yeah, there's the magical barrier that I was looking for. Well, I definitely like this wizard. I wonder if I would just die if I went in there.
Step aside, pig face.
Where do you need to get inside the house exactly?
What business is that of yours, pig face? You ain't no son of the All-Mother, or even a mountain rat like the brothers of Jarl.
Wait, can I switch to Lillian? Ah! Let me talk to him. Oh no, he's in conversation now. Ugh. Anyways, let's change. Lillian has higher talking stats. Can you guys please stop running in front of me? Holy shit. The pathing of that is sometimes really...
business is that?
The Immaculates are all of a kind, aren't we? I'm no stranger, I'm one of you. No, but I'm elected the conduit herself. You'll tell me around, no, blah, blah, blah. I'm quite experienced in magic. If you tell me what you seek, I may be able to help you find. I kind of want to charm him again. Not only because I know that Lillian is fairly capable in that, but yeah, let's try that. Worked out like a charm.
I suppose the old mother's tried our fates to Immaculates of every make and shape, ain't she? I don't pretend to understand, but I do trust in her judgment. What do you want to know then?
What do you seek within this house?
Something the conduits ask for directly, you see? There's a key inside. A key to a source temple within the forest.
Oh.
The very temple the conduits attempted to crack at this very moment. They say the key's the only way in, but she's attempting to charm her way in while we look for the key here.
And I guess Zandalore has the key.
Without the wizard's servants to show us the way in, though, it don't seem like we'll ever get through the damn doors.
And what do you know about the Source Temple?
Can't say myself what exactly is inside, but the conduit seems ready to turn heaven and ground to get inside. Seems the wizard who lived here was quite familiar with the place. He kept what seems to be the only key after all.
We're having to charm him? That wasn't even really that much information, huh? Alright, sometimes I don't really want to ask them about the servants, right? I don't really want to draw more attention to that than necessary, but at the end of the day, not only do I want to know what they say, but I don't think I can actually, accidentally fuck the quest up this way.
Matilda seems to believe they're in a hidden cellar somewhere, but we haven't found a lick of a hint as to where the damn thing might be. They can't have escaped. That's all we know for certain.
Okay, so they're servants of the wizard, right? So if I do help them, or rather if I do find where they're hiding, which I know where they are, obviously, I'm pretty sure that they would tell me how to get in here. What makes the whole situation difficult is if I were to go to where they're hiding and just blast my way free and into the cellar, isn't somebody gonna notice? I feel like I'm just giving away their position. And the same thing the other way around. Even if I were able to do that, if they would tell me how to get in here, into the wizard's house, and somebody were to see that or follow me, then I'd pretty much give them what they want, right? And that's not necessarily what I want, but it's difficult to say, really.
Shame the wizard's pretty little grapevines and beehives will wither without his team of helpers tending them. Perhaps, once we find and skin the buggers, that priestess can turn them into undead workers fast enough to save the garden and whip up some wine and mead.
I am quite curious what had happened if I were just to enter the place. I don't even... Oh, there's a couple of other dead people inside too. Well, I probably wouldn't get past that anyways. Wait, that floating? But I am very curious as to what kind of trap is even in here that just blows them right out again. Alright, I'm just really on the fence with the whole, looking for the servant stuff. I really feel like I could accidentally lead everybody to them, especially considering what happened in the prison, right? Because I honestly wasn't really expecting that me talking to the person that was being tortured and them sort of fairly quietly actually telling me what was going on, that somebody else would hear that, right? Especially considering that both the orc and this goblin helper were more or less all the way at the end of the other wall of the cellar, right? Or rather, not the other wall, but literally like 3 rooms down the prison, right? Down the prison hall. So definitely don't want to make that mistake again. I mean, it turned out fine at the end of the day, but let's try to see what's up with the blood, because clearly it's connected to the armory. And well, what he just told us about the whole the conduits looking for entrance to a source temple type of deal. Well, this kind of looks like the temple, right? But isn't she in the Phantom Forest for some reason? Which leads me to suggest that she's actually in there. Or rather, the temple is in there somewhere. Why was this door closed to begin with?
What's this? I found something.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the blood from the armory. So whatever happened... Wait, is it the armory? Yes, it is, right? So whatever happened here...
Well, what's this I've spotted?
We'll hopefully be able to continue that quest. There's the autosave again. I was a little bit concerned whether or not this might lead me to a place where Leandra literally is at, right? Because if I were to run into her arms, I don't think it's going to go over as well as it has with both Jarl and Gruntilda. What's going on here?
Mountain apes, orcs, your kind not welcome. Go, or you will bleed.
What the hell is the first option? I bid thee, thus Jagetta Hall. I'm not one of Jarl's men, but an immaculate in my own right. Continue in this vein, orc, and I will separate your Darofiz from your Rubishjim. How do we suddenly know these words? Brother, I have not come to cause trouble, but have been sent on behalf of the Immaculates of Silvergun to inspect our newest territory. Huh. Why are they immediately aggressive to begin with? Let's try to charm them again. It has been working so far. And apparently it continues to work.
Brothers, human speaks the tongue of all mothers. A welcome guest. Yes, travel freely, eh, brother?
What can you tell me about this temple?
We do not inspect, we only guard. Brother Gordager selected this place for his own special purpose, and so we stand.
Who the hell is Brother Gorek? Okay, seriously, now I'm actually really intrigued. Why the hell is there a blood trail from the armory leading to this place, and they are standing guard here? Why the hell are you here?
Brother Gordager's beckoned us to stay. A terrible thing to lose a horn. Now the All Mother will never select him for her chosen.
Lose a horn? Wait, wasn't there another orc in the city that also lost a horn? Is that really somebody else, or is this the same one?
I've spotted something.
Not super comfortable leaving them in my back, but... Huh.
Well,
So, these statues, we saw them in the forest. They are part of Astartes temples, I think, right? I don't think...
But it pours, eh?
I don't think whoever will meet up there will be too thrilled that they left us through.
Spotted something interesting.
I was just closed off.
I'm drenched.
Well, that's interesting. There's a... That's a male statue, isn't it?
The trail ends at this grate. If blood loss didn't kill the sorry fellow, surely the fall did.
That's the knight's tomb beneath here. I guess there'll be more than one mystery we uncover within its depths.
Knight's tomb? How the hell do you know about that? Air vent. Also, why is this statue... I wish I could look at it in more detail. It keeps getting made invisible. Somehow it was reminding me of Arhu, but I don't know, maybe that's just a fluke. Oi, lock level 6. Alright. Oh, there he is again. I don't know. It's something about the hair, but I don't think it's supposed to be him, honestly. What is going on here? Why is there a giant-ass looking temple here? But without the conduit? I don't really get it. Wait, there's actually a couple of different levels here, it seems like.
I prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
Yeah, there's a one over here. Whoa.
It looks all the way to my skin.
Okay. Well, that was interesting.
Soaked to the skin.
That looks like a traffic light. Are you kidding me? What the hell? Okay, I guess I just need to use all 3 of them. It looks like it. Somehow I have the strange feeling that this is the temple that Leandra's looking for, but really not quite certain on that. Okay, so we can go in here, but wherever that leads also is probably connected to this. Hello. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this place. It seems so... Well, random is the wrong word. It's just not really what I expected to be here necessarily, because I feel like it's... Well, on the surface, it rather looks like it's not really connected to what we've been doing in the village, but maybe it is, or maybe... I don't know. Why would this be here? Right. What is that supposed to mean? What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I don't... Is this supposed to be what Leandra is looking for? I really hope it isn't, because... Holy shit, by the way. That phantom wood thing looks insanely large. Well, only one way to find out, huh? Well, that is a waypoint shrine. Knight's Tomb. Is this just supposed to be a secret, or is it something else entirely? Another autosave? That's really freaking me out. What the hell? Oh boy. a lot of statues. What the fuck are you? Watchful Guardian. Well, at least he isn't invincible, it seems like. He's got a lot of HP, though. What the fuck? What the hell is going on here? What is this temple? Why is it here? I feel like there's probably a way to understand this. Question being what? It doesn't really... You think I can figure this out by myself? I mean, I can't answer him regardless, so I think you probably have to find, I don't know, the correct dictionary within the game. I was just gonna say, is it like some sort of code? What is that? So if you LP, no, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, no idea. Okay. That's not good. Shit. What the fuck? Yeah, that looks rather dangerous. Rather pretty dangerous. What the fuck? Oh, he broke apart. I don't think I'm supposed to kill these guys. Alright. Maybe the air vent would have been the better choice. I think that I could technically deal with them. It's just that their damage value is pretty insane. Is there something that makes them that dangerous? I feel like I might be missing something here. The heck is this place? Also, not all of them actually attacked. I mean, I could obviously try to flee, right? It's probably the best choice. The thing is just, you know, in terms of HP value and also their resistances, they don't seem to be, you know, undefeatable. It's just that they, once they hit me, I'm done for. I think I pretty much just want to run away, right? It is a very interesting enemy type, though. Because, like, their damage is entirely insane, right? I don't think that you'd be able to survive that even if I was, like, level 25 or something. But in terms of resistances and HP, they really don't seem to be too bad at all. But with that kind of damage, I would only be able to defeat them if I somehow was able not to be hit at any point in time, right? So if I were to somehow be able to incapacitate them for the entire duration of the fight, then it could work out. But yeah, I don't really think that's going to be possible. Wait a second. Did the entrance crumble or something? Where'd we even come from? I mean, it auto-saved anyways, right? And I saved as well, I think. So... let's see what they'll do. If they have ranged attacks, they're probably going to kill me. Anyways, oh, they're very slow, though. Well, I'm saying they're very slow, but they can move quite a bit. I don't know why the other two didn't move, though. I feel like... I don't know. I think there's actually a way to deal with them. Yeah, I can just leave, I think. So, you know, they are fairly... well, I mean, they look slow, but they can still cover quite a distance, right? So I technically wouldn't really be able to run away from them, but I do think that maybe I would be able to cover more ground than them. So in a funny way, you know, we could play some sort of cat and mouse game where I would be able to hit them like once and then run away for the rest of my turn. As long as they can't get to me, I would survive and eventually kill them, right? But it would probably take hours. Let's try to leave. One of your party members is engaged in combat. You'll have to wait until they're finished before you can teleport away. Let's just go to, let's say, Hunter's Edge. Wait, that doesn't work? I can still click on it, but what? Okay, that was weird. Okay, sneaking failed. I don't know why you're able to even do that. War of the Stones. We're challenged by an ancient guardian. This tomb seems like a dangerous place. We'd better watch our step. Okay, this is definitely connected to the quest, though. Okay, this is gonna be weird. No safe waypoint shrines. Oh. Wait, is the guy maybe already too close for me to use the waypoint shrine? Is that what's happening? Well, that's bad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna kill me, right? So... Does this work?
Invisibility!
That's quite weird. Huh. I really don't know what to make of this.
Spirits of winter, smile with me!
Well, that guy's frozen. Alright, so the whole idea with the waypoint shrine definitely didn't work. Do I want to try to run away further? I mean... Don't know what else to do at this point, to be honest. Well, I mean, in theory, I could be able to get away from him, but... He's now following Medora. Once again, I just don't really fully understand what the game wants me to do here. That's the thing, right? Because if you can't run away, then what's the point? Like, they're just gonna kill me and that's it, I guess? Does he get an attack of opportunity? Oh, wait, if he only would if it would show to me, right? If he was able to do that. Let's see, can I increase my movement somehow? Wasn't there another stance that I can take? Oh no, never mind, I never got that, right? Maybe I actually will be able to execute the weird tactic that I was talking about. Because, I mean, I can move fairly far. Oh, shit. That guy's here, though. Key freezing failed.
Cloak of invisibility!
I mean, technically, maybe there's a way to turn them off or something, right? You never know. Grenade chest. Unless there's something else up here that's going to attack me, that would be awkward. Oh. Okay. Yeah. I don't think this is gonna work. What did she die to? I mean, it seems like they don't necessarily have a lot of movement, right? It's just their initial movement's probably not bad. Yeah, I think I could actually potentially do this. Looks creepy as hell. But obviously, problem being if I can just die over here, then... Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit of an issue. Why did she die, though? I mean, there's a bunch of these statues, so maybe there's one that literally just kills you outright if you get too close to it. Sadly, I didn't really see. Let's just scout the place a little bit. Let me also move over here and see what she might have died to. Okay, that was just warmth. Thought for a second I triggered something again. I mean, I can definitely move further than they can, which leads me to believe that I could just, you know, outrange them the entire time. Yeah, see, now they're confused. Huh. Oh. I guess you're just not allowed to be up here, then? Well, that's boring. I mean, I guess they somehow have to force you to fight the Sentinels, then. Yeah, I'm just always going to be hit by this Blitzbolt thing, right? I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I'm gonna... Let's see if this does anything. Because it was a blitz type thing, right? Nope. She just died. Well, the weirdest part is you only die once you stop, I think. I don't know what's up with that. My main is still invisible, so... Yeah, nope. You just... Very strange. Very strange indeed. Yeah. Okay, so to be entirely honest, the solution here seems to be to somehow learn whatever type of language they're speaking, right? That very much seems to be the solution here. So clearly, without me being able to understand what the guy's saying, there's probably some sort of solution here, right? I'm not entirely sure. If I were, I think, right, with a little bit of trouble and, you know, a little bit of trial and error, I would potentially be able to get through the 4 statues. Because I can move quite far. That being said, only being able to utilize sort of the middle arena here would still be difficult. The funny thing is now I know that I could go all the way up to the staircase. I just can't cross over, I think, to the upper portion. And there is certainly a specific point where I think the enemies would be quite confused where I am or wouldn't follow me anymore. That being said, in order to attack and defeat them, I would probably have to come back into range, right? With a couple of shenanigans here and there, you know, blind them, cripple them, what have you, right? Status effects and whatnot. I do think that I would be able to defeat them. It would, however, be really, really difficult because they would never be able to attack me once, right? As soon as they get in melee range and actually hit one of my characters, they would immediately be dead. So I don't know about that, but yeah. Let's go back for the time being, and let's see. At least it's open, right? So we'll be able to come back there. Interesting part is that this sign says the exact same thing that the guy in the temple said. The, well, protector stone thingy. Well, let's take a look at this then.
The grate is set over a long, narrow vent. A corpse may have fit through its bars, but a living body would find it quite unpleasant.
Oh, so they just got rid of the corpse here. Interesting. Following a trail of blood, we found an air vent above the knight's tomb. Whoever or whatever was dropped through the vent was losing a lot of blood at the time. Very interesting.
The grate is set over a long, narrow vent. A corpse may have fit through its bars, but a living body would find it quite unpleasant.
I wonder if I can go back to the Jarl and tell him about this.
My kingdom for a dry
Sodden all the way to my boot soles.
I mean, let's try, right? He's not far away. I just... I'm wondering about the temple itself. Is it mentioned in the secret somewhere? Include Forgotten Legends. I mean, it could be anything and nothing, really, right? I really wish these would go away as soon as you actually found what they refer to. Not well. The whole secret section is really awkward. I mean, it's okay that it exists, because it gives you an opportunity, you know, if you might have missed something, to come back and, you know, discover the secrets that you still haven't solved. But yeah, the way it interacts with other stuff and everything, it's just very, very strange. Okay.
May your sword never sully, and your shield never shatter.
I'm missing
The
this.
Bloodstones are the reason we came here in the first place. They're both the Brotherhood. Last night, though, someone raided this very building and disappeared with our stones. They were being
guarded by Gary Champion. Yeah, and that guy was killed.
The orcs stole the stones. Of that is why I ask of you to find proof. Proof that it was an orc that did the deed. Once I have it, I have a reason to assault the orcs without risking the wrath of the conduit.
Okay, so we can't directly tell him about the blood trail. So we would have to somehow either find whatever weird secret there is with the whole, well, with that stone plate in front of the temple and what it means. Or I'd have to somehow deal with those guardians. That being said, well, I guess if I am able to deal with the guardians, maybe the temple will regard us as, you know, strong enough to enter it. And that whole lightning stuff where it just immediately killed me won't happen anymore. Because I'm not entirely convinced that that's the case. But on the other hand, well, the biggest problem is that I've also not really heard about anything concerning what he was saying, right? Or what's engraved on that stone tablet. Something about that is really, really strange. Wait, what happened there in the first place? So if I... Because if they, or this, the orcs in front of it, they mentioned somebody, right? G something. Gulgor or something like that. So that person, I guess, was probably the one that killed this giant Bane and stuck him down that vent, right? But the orc they themselves must have also gone somewhere. So unless they knew how to enter the whole place, but that's not orcish. What's written there, right? I don't know. That's a really, really strange place, to be quite honest. Whoever or whatever was dropped through the vent was losing a lot of blood at the time. I wonder if we'd even be able to find the other side of the vent, right? The thing is just, I somehow feel like I should know what that stone tablet says. Or rather, maybe I should have already been able to find, I don't know, a book or something that would explain what it says. Maybe the servants of Zandalor would also be able to tell me. Not too certain about that, but...
Human tires of head stuck so fast to body, we do not inspect.
I did think that these statues, and you know, specifically were related to Astarte's temple, so... I don't know. I was just thinking that maybe what's written on the stone plate could be like orcish or something, but I don't think it is. Wait, it's actually not the same thing, right? But the problem is, even if I myself would somehow, you know, get a sense of what this is supposed to say, I wasn't able to actually answer or talk to the Stone Guardian thing, right? So I think I very much need some sort of specific book or translation or something else that would maybe trigger another dialogue option or something, right? With the issue being that we really haven't heard anything about this. So unless this is... But I mean, Jarl... That's a weird part, right? Jarl sends us here specifically. I mean, he literally says, hey, by the way, you know, try to find out what happened. And... well, all that we find is this. So... huh. I'm really at a bit of a loss here. Specifically because I don't really have that much else that I could do. Unless... I still have the Infiltrating the Immaculates quest, right? So technically, I could go back to Silverglen and try to follow their trials. Whatever they have there. Because maybe they'd give me a hint. I don't think so, though, right? I don't know. It doesn't really feel like... that would really be the case. I mean, either way, I would just be interested in what that Cave of Trials or whatever it was called... what that would potentially give me, right? But I also don't really want to give up on what's happening here. Well, obviously, I'm not giving up on it, but... armory key as well. That's on her person. I could pickpocket that, but I'm not good enough to do it. So that doesn't seem like a good idea, to be entirely honest. And I talked to her again, right? You also don't have any way of luring her into like an empty house and just outright killing her like that. I'm honestly at a bit of a loss here. Because I wouldn't really know what to do with the sign that I'm standing in front of, right? I have no clue what it's trying to say. I could try to get through those giant stone statues. That's definitely not impossible, but even if I do, I can't be entirely sure that that's going to do anything. Yeah, I have no idea what to do with Cordelia, because there doesn't really seem to be a way to really get to her, right? Unless you pickpocket her, I guess that technically would be a solution, but I'm not good enough to do that. There's something going on with the rats as well that I can't seem to figure out, or how to prevent the rats from running around or something. The couple as well, I have no idea what to do about them. I can rat them out, which obviously I don't want to do. But it doesn't seem like I could do anything else. And then we have the armory key. I have no idea where that could be, honestly. I mean, it could be everywhere and nowhere, right? That's kind of the thing. And then we have this weird quest, yeah, with the whole temple here. I don't know why I can't tell Jarl that something weird's going on at this temple. Right? I mean, shouldn't we be able to tell him, hey, by the way, there's a huge trail of blood that goes from your, building where the bloodstones were stolen to that temple out there, and there's a couple of orcs standing in front of it and guarding it. I wonder if the orcs would drop anything if I were to kill them. But I mean, why would they have any sort of information about this temple? Was there maybe some sort of other... book or library or place that I could have gone to? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back to the village and I'll take a look at that boulder that supposedly sits on top of the hatch that's protecting the servants. Maybe there is a way to enter that place without arousing suspicion. Because, I mean, it did seem somewhat far away from everything else, right?
What's Gruntilda doing with all that shiny black ore in it?
Sadly, the rats don't really seem to be able to help us. They do give you some general hints, but nothing that's really super helpful, I think. Okay, so the building up here was the one where they lost the armory key, right? Goro. Wait, you're the guy they talked about.
It's all mother. Can't you see I'm trying to concentrate? Blasted key. Did it sprout wings and fly to Sightseal? I won't lose you over a...
So he's the guy that said... Maybe... Okay, so maybe the temple really doesn't have anything to do with this. It probably doesn't, right? So he just got rid of the body at the temple and then just tasked some orcs with guarding it. Let me see if I can confront him about that. No.
Fixing a keyhole. Help us look or...
Okay. Did I miss some sort of trigger here?
Get to looking or step off, Flatlander.
Orc seems to be a bit of
You'd
panic.
be too if you'd misplaced something of Gratilda's. I once saw her skin her own foot soldier. What's
Yeah,
worse
I've already
is
talked to him
the
about
coward's
this.
blaming his troubles on me, only because I happened to be passing by when I'd tell him to piss off and be on my way, but he'd threatened to tell Gratilda it's me who stole it. Somehow, I doubt I'll get to tell my side of things before my head was shorn clear.
I don't really understand what's going on here, though. So this girl guy sent some orcs to guard the temple. The temple where there is a huge pile of blood and clearly a person has been thrown down a vent. But if he would have been the person who killed the guy guarding the armory, then why would he go about, you know, saying something about the keys missing? I mean, at that point, wouldn't it be completely pointless to look for any sort of key? I don't really get the situation here, right? Because maybe he wants to distract from what he might have done. Because let's suppose this orc was actually the one who killed the giant bane guy that was in charge of guarding the armory, then why would he ask us to potentially help with finding the armory key? I mean, doesn't that draw attention to what potentially happened to it?
It's all mother, I'll say. The humans the one.
How is my controller already out of charge? Man, I hate these controllers. I would... Oh boy. See, that's actually a sales argument, right? So that new, what's it called? Supposed Pro controller that Sony's releasing for the PS5, that's ridiculously expensive, right? It costs like, what, 240 bucks, I think? Which is insane, considering that the Xbox Lite controller, even with the case, right? So the premium package or whatever the fuck it's called, only costs 170 bucks. And the controller itself is 130, right? So Sony is like super overpriced that shit. But there is one big argument that they could have gotten me with, right? And that's if they had said, oh, by the way, it has twice as much battery as the others. I would have actually considered buying the freaking Pro controller that they offer for the PS5 now, if it legit had twice the amount or even 3 times the amount of battery life as the current PS5 controllers. And I still don't get why their battery life is this low. Like, I just don't understand. I do obviously understand that there's more stuff in them now, right? And they probably have a couple more chips and you know, there's the light bar and everything. So yeah, of course they're using up more battery. But at the same time, batteries have also slightly gotten better, right? And it's not like the controllers are small, right? I mean, they're literally, I don't know, in terms of like volume size, there's probably about 3 times as much space in them as there is in my phone. So why the fuck is the battery like only 1/4 of that of my phone? And yeah, I don't know what they're doing with it, especially coming off of... The problem is, I still remember the PlayStation 3 controllers, right? That's the first time they went with Bluetooth, and the first time they went wireless. And the freaking PlayStation 3 controllers, they lasted for 45 hours. I could go an entire week of playing without having to recharge them once, right? And then somehow we got the PS4, and the controllers only lasted for 7 hours, and somehow they just, you know, brought that over to the PS5 as well. I mean, it's fine if you have to control this, but it's still annoying as fuck, because why would you have to... You know, I wouldn't even complain if it would be 15 hours or something, right? So about 1/3 of the time that the PS3 had. It would still be fine. The reason why I'm complaining is I've now been playing for about 6.5 hours. Half an hour of that was even my lunch break, where the controller technically wasn't used. It was on, but, you know, it didn't have to send or receive any sort of signal. So how the hell can this thing already be empty? Right? And I got my PS5 now for, what, 9, 10 months? Something like that. So it's not like these batteries are old or anything. I seriously don't understand why they didn't improve the battery life on these. It's mind-blowing to me, right? How that's not a thing. And I honestly, I mean, maybe that's their strategy. Maybe they want to sell everybody a second controller. But if you don't want to buy a second one, which technically you shouldn't have to if you're only playing by yourself, right? It's ridiculous enough in the first place that they're more or less making you buy a second one in order to not have any trouble with recharging them and everything. But yeah, I don't know. It's ridiculous, but whatever.
Not a damn thing in all the 12 hills of hell. This idiot orc has no idea where he's lost the damn thing.
Is that really true, though? I don't understand this quest anymore, to be honest. So the orc is pretending... Is he pretending? I don't get it. Apparently he seems to have lost the key, but... Has he really, though? Oh, this is where we found the whiskey book, right? Yeah, somehow I doubt that the key is down here. Also, I'm pretty sure I've already been to this place multiple times. Yeah, the barrels. I've definitely looked through the barrels already. I don't know. This is just strange to me.
It's all mother, I'll say. The humans that want to Is that what you want? Keep what up exactly? I was only having a bit of fun. Even I haven't got a hole in my pocket, have I? I won't stand it. I won't lose you over a silly joke. Tell me how I can help.
Big ugly brute making me do his dirty work. I bet his skull would make a lovely topic.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't understand. So this is the orc who's placed guards in front of the temple. The very temple where clearly a person was killed, or somebody got rid of a corpse.
So it was Johnson to keep it missing just as you walked him through here. Your mother won't believe it for a
But somehow he's arguing about a lost key. Why?
It's history's it's all mother, I'll say. The humans that we can survive this. We can survive anything.
Did he lose the key and then... But what would be the point? Why would potentially killing the person that's guarding the armory... Why would that help him when he lost the key? He still lost the key. Also, what would be... Like, this entire interaction with this Freda guy being here doesn't really make sense if the orc has killed the other guy that was guarding the armory. I just don't understand. Also, I feel like I'm literally missing something here because I talked to the other orcs and they told me who sent them, yet I can't confront him about that unless I somehow confused him with somebody else. I mean, that's technically still possible, right? But
Hello again. Do you bring good news?
not yet.
The thing won't budge. Then again, I thought the same about that villager's kneecap.
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a cold lake.
Alright, so this is the boulder then, right? Massive boulder. I mean, technically nobody's around here, so... Ransacked house. By the way, this is the place where I originally thought they were hiding. Look at this. Like, the texture with the footsteps is literally going through the wall. But I think that's not on purpose. That's actually a mistake. They're looking for them here. But I don't think we'll be able to find anything else in here either, right? Pretty sure yeah.
I thought the same about that village's kneecap.
Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna save and try to get through that boulder. Otherwise, I think I would be quite at a loss as to what to do next. Technically, there's nobody around here, right?
This boulder looks strange. Unreal, even.
Huh. Weird. Yeah. Let's just do it. Oh, by the way. That does remind me of something. 22, 18... Ah, this is actually still quite fine. I would have honestly thought that with all the fighting that had been going on here, that my gear would have taken a little bit more of a beating, but it seems fine for the most part. I do wonder if I'm now slightly under-geared. Because I don't know. I definitely think that enemies hit me for, you know, quite a bit. Like, enemies are fairly strong now. But I don't know. It might be that my character is fairly squishy to begin with. I think it's hard to tell. The problem is once I get rid of this boulder, there's no way to bring it back, right? The people beneath it must be super frightened, by the way. Okay, let's see. Wait, they have one of these mirrors here. Wouldn't they be able to just escape then? I mean, maybe they are able to.
Who are you? Stay away from my family. They know nothing of the wizard. Take me.
I'm a source hunter. Immaculates who invaded your town believe I'm one of them, but I am on a mission to dismantle the bloody operation. So we can keep up the pretense. That's really, really interesting, though. I don't know. I don't want to frighten them any further. I just hope it's not going to be a bad call. I mean, at the end, I was still able to free the people from that prison, but, you know, that could have gone south fairly quickly as well.
A source hunter? Lodian, the gods have answered our prayers. I can think of no more welcome deliverer from this predicament than one of your esteemed order.
Wait, what?
7 bless us, and you too.
There is another source hunter here? Are you the wizard servants, the ones these invaders are so desperate to find? Desperate.
We 3 laboured under Zandalor's employ. He was right decent to us, and it's thanks to him we managed to escape the brutes upstairs. Zandalor prepared this hidden place long ago. It's almost as though he knew, somehow, that this day would come. Or perhaps he knew only that the forces of evil would always pursue those of goodness and light.
If he prepared for that, why are there only 3 people down here? I feel like he should have been able to save way more. I mean, I'm not trying to blame him or anything, but... Well, maybe they got unlucky, or maybe he just didn't expect so many orcs and whatnot to attack the village.
Many years ago, he told us that if ever we found ourselves in danger, we should flee to this cellar. Shut fast its door, he said, and mark the jam with a chalk pentangle. This will call forth the magic I have assigned for your protection. It seems our friend was true to his word.
Can you tell me about the wizard?
Zandalore is a brilliant man, even among wizards. Why he chose to settle in this sleepy little town, I can't say. But then again, he never did remain for long. Always dashing off to attend to some matter or other, our wizard. We cared for his home while he was away, and attended to him when he was in. We were quite fond of him, and I do believe he was rather fond of us too. It seems that when we triggered this cellar's defenses, he knew straight away. Within a minute or so, a strange orb of light appeared before us. It grew sharper and sharper about the edges. I held out my hands to grasp it, and it fell, heavy as a pearl, in my hands. From the orb came Zandalore's voice, clear and strong, as though he were standing just before me. His voice was hurried, strained in a way I'd never heard before.
All right, and what did it say?
Something unthinkable. That he was traveling through the Phantom Forest, that heart of horrors, and into the ancient source temple that rests within its cursed depths.
So Zandalore isn't even at home right now? Oh boy. Okay. By the way, that just somehow brought attention to the fact. So this village, right? More or less is located exactly on the outside of this Phantom Forest. Why the hell would you build a village here? Maybe that forest wasn't always a Phantom Forest, right? I mean, maybe it just became creepy in recent years. I don't really know, but I don't know. It just doesn't really seem like the most comfortable place to live in. Then again, I mean, if it doesn't necessarily mean that they, you know, that the forest would interact with the village in some way. And maybe it even held off people, you know, attacking the village or something for a long time.
He told us to wait for the White Witch, asked us to deliver a message, something important by the sound of it. We wrote it down, word for word, and will pass it along whenever it is she comes.
Well, that's good then. We should probably call her and tell her. I know the White Witch personally. You can entrust your message to me.
Believe me, Source Hunter, the last thing I'd want to do is disparage you. But this message is simply too important to hand over to a recent acquaintance.
All right.
Perhaps if you had some proof of your association, we might feel better handing it over.
That's okay. I would have actually been somewhat disappointed in them if they had just handed it over, right? That makes sense. Anyway, what can you tell me about this Source Temple?
I know little more than its name implies, but if a temple of Source does indeed rest within that blighted forest, a greater evil I cannot imagine.
I wonder why this King's Temple is right next to this place as well. Obviously, they do have different names, but I find it quite strange. I don't know, this is something that, it's not a big deal at all, but it is somewhat confusing, right? Because I guess when you look at it from a game design standpoint, you wouldn't really be able to tell what kind of information the player might have at that point, right? I mean, they're clearly saying, and so far all the information that we've gathered is that they're all clearly saying, hey, by the way, this temple that Leandra's looking for is, you know, is within the Phantom Forest, and there is another temple behind this village, right? I mean, it's just a little bit confusing, and depending on the situation that the player has, maybe they might get confused and think that, you know, that's the temple they were talking about. Maybe it even is. I don't think so, but yeah, it's It's a bit of a strange thing that they're both these temples. Maybe I was also wrong with the statues in front of it, but at least I thought that that was a Starte sign or something to that degree. I mean, I wasn't even quite sure why those statues existed in Lacula Forest as well, right? I don't know. That in and of itself was already fairly strange too. Anyways, it's really not a big deal, but I wish that they would sometimes describe things just a little bit more distinctly. Not even in more detail, right? I mean, it's fine if they want to be a little bit mysterious about it, or if they don't tell you everything right away. Obviously, that could also be fairly boring. It's just the amount of confusion that can sometimes arise by how they describe things is a bit strange, right? I don't know. Also, give me a second here. I just had to answer a person something. All right, tell me about the Phantom Forest.
Many is the year since ghoul or beast has ventured out of the defiled sanctuary of those woods, yet still we of the village dare not enter. Legend says that to set a single foot into the Phantom Forest is to invite death's grasp. It's a legend none wish to test.
See, again, why would your village be right next to it, though? I just wish that they would elaborate on it, right? It's quite interesting.
As you may know, this town was founded as the last bulwark against the source monstrosities that reside within that terrible place. After the fall of Brachus Rex, the defeated darkness retreated to those woods, and haunted they have remained ever since.
Okay, never mind. The game actually does explain and address it. That's pretty cool. Alright, so... I didn't realize. Somehow I thought, well, that's maybe also the name that seems to imply that, right? I literally just thought that this was a quiet sort of town of, I don't know, hunters, right? That went out into the forest, gathering meat, selling it off, right? What you would do in a place like this. But that makes more sense, right? If these source beasts came from that very temple, then yeah, having a place to defend the whole thing here still doesn't explain why people stuck around though, right? I mean, to be fair, it makes sense to a degree, right? Or rather, it actually makes a lot of sense because when you really think about it, I guess during that time, the beasts would have retreated, right? And then, well, I just imagine that a couple of soldiers probably would have stuck around, right? And they would have had to eat still, right? And they probably, actually at that point might have had quite a bit of protection here, right? Just to really make sure that the whole source magic business would stay deep within the woods and not bother anyone anymore. So yeah, there might have been a couple of soldiers stationed here for a very long time, and they probably needed, you know, food. They typically sort of larger, I guess, settlements of soldiers, military outposts would also, you know, bring other people here that tried to do business, maybe traded a little bit, and then maybe they had a couple of hunters, or maybe the soldiers became hunters, right? Once they realized, okay, the threat's kind of gone now, and they maybe liked the place and stayed around. I could definitely see that sort of happening, right? The town sort of slowly converting from some sort of military outpost and more, you know, into a trading outpost, into a place where people were just living normal lives and essentially just stuck around, right? And over the years, it just, yeah, became quite the normal town. I mean, I'd imagine up until this point, Source wasn't really a problem anymore, right? Except for maybe, well, 2 years ago, roundabout, when the whole undead thing happened in Cyseal. Man, that was so long ago. That's crazy to me. I never expected this game to be as long as it is. I mean, I'm also sitting here, you know, talking a bit, but still, I don't know.
Not much to see here, I'm afraid, but you're welcome to take a look around.
Aren't you afraid that somebody's going to follow me? Found a family hiding from the Immaculates. They've received a message from Zandalor intended for Ikara. Okay, so I suppose I could just go back to Ikara and tell her, hey, by the way, can't you give me some sort of proof? I'm slightly concerned for them, honestly, because I've gotten rid of the boulder. If I leave and talk to Ikara, isn't there a high chance that other people might find this place? Sorry. Just have to... Let's see if I can talk to them again.
Our friend, how can we help you?
Okay, that's the
Not
same
much to see here.
same stuff we've already talked about. Hello. We could just take their stuff. It's a bit weird though. Well, technically, maybe it's Zandalor's stuff, not theirs. How did they even survive here? I guess they must have had... Well, if he truly did prepare this, they probably had a lot of resources down here. Which might also be why he didn't want to have too many people down here, because he wanted to make absolutely sure that the ones he cared about would survive, right? Cat. Cat's eyes are clouded, as if by blindness. Its gaze meets yours, but it doesn't seem to register your presence. What? Okay. Why the fuck is it auto-saving in front of a portal? Do they know what the portal is about, by the way? Do they know that they can enter it? Portal seems to be missing something. Oh. Okay. What's happening to Medora? Did she not, like, wasn't she summoned incorrectly or something? Looked like she was stuck there for a second. What happens if I go back upstairs? Okay, what's with this though? Isn't it super obvious now? If one of the other guys just comes out of the house and walks by this place, won't they immediately say, wait, what? Wasn't there a giant boulder there before? Or rather, they would probably say, wait, where'd that hatch come from? It also saved in front of the mirror. How strange. But let me go back to... I hope I don't mess anything up by doing this. I really hope that they're gonna stay alive and not be killed by somebody who comes in here, but... Let's talk to Ikara. She has to give us something, or she has to come by and talk to them directly. Because I feel like that message would probably be rather important.
What's the word, Source Hunter?
Discuss my pursuit of Zandala. Should be here, right?
Of Zandalor's servants. Why, yes. Yes, he spoke often of a faithful trio in his employ. He said he'd trust them with his life if it came down to it. Take this ring. It will mark you as my ally.
Well, thank you. That was easy. Ikara asked us to find the wizard Zandalor. She gave us a ring to indicate that we traveled on her behalf. She told us to start at his house in Hunter's Edge. I feel like I might have skipped some quest there. Ikara instructed us to find Zandalor, a former lover and a powerful wizard. He's the keeper of the Source, a last bastion of knowledge of Source's ancient origins. She also never told us that. He'll be able to tell us exactly how and where Leandra's plans to fulfill her dire purpose. Alright. Hunter's Edge. They knew why they put the waypoint fairly close to that cellar, huh?
Just the one coin for me.
Seven's my lucky number, so 7 it is.
Back to me. I'm gonna call it back. Now for the clock. 5 of hearts. 3 of spades. Finally, Jack of hearts.
Fine. I'll open with 5 big ones.
I'm going to call that hand.
Let's wrap this. Call.
Call.
Now for the turn. Jack of hearts.
Alright. Let's see here. Right, I also somehow completely forgot about the rats. Wouldn't the rats be able to find this really, really quickly? I don't know. I feel like they're kind of glossing over that fact, but maybe it's supposed to work that way. I don't know. Wait, do we have that ring in the inventory, by the way? Ikara's Blessing. Wow, that looks crazy. +1 intelligence, +1 charisma, 0.7 movement. Level 15. A splendid piece of jewelry, beautiful as the White Witch herself. And she just gives us that? Wait a second, actually, I can actually equip that, I think. Let's see, intelligence, telekinesis, intelligence, water resistance. Yeah, either on my main, intelligence, perception, lore master, inflict stun on contact. Well, telekinesis isn't really all that important, but sure. Let's do that. Why not? Right? Seems like a pretty good idea. Hey, guys.
Our friend, how can we help you? That ring. Hekara's blessing.
There we go.
Zandalore has the same. I'd recognize it anywhere. So the White Witch sent you, did she? I should have known she'd not sit idly by while the world turned topsy-turvy.
See, that's a bit weird, though. I feel like I know just put on their wedding ring or something. Because they're, I mean, I don't think that they, I don't think that they're a married couple, or are they? But they're lovers, right? So, in a way, it's definitely their wedding rings, I think. Although, then again, would you really give that away? Well, I mean, considering how elaborate it looks, it is definitely the easiest way to convince somebody that they're actually, you know, that she belongs to Zandalore, but... Well, now it's mine. I'm sorry about that, but it's just really good in terms of stats. That's all there is.
Zandalore's message is as such. He's gone to the Source Temple in the Phantom Forest, and he wants her, or I suppose you, her messengers, to follow him there. In order to enter the forest, you'll need an amulet. He stored it in a small chest near his personal waypoint.
Wait, it says his bedside table, not his personal waypoint. Did they make a mistake there? I mean, clearly they did, but I wonder what the mistake is. Bedside table or waypoint? Maybe the waypoint's also directly beside the bed. I don't know. Well, if he wants Ikara to go there, then maybe she should go there. I don't know why we constantly have to do this, to be completely honest, but sure.
Once you're inside the forest, you'll need to find the forest spirit. This spirit will give you the rune you need to enter the Source Temple.
Alright.
But first things first. If you want to get inside Zandalore's house, you'll need to use the portal in this very room. I've the crystal you need in order to activate it.
There we go. Alright. So that way we'll be able to get into the house. I was wondering about that. I was pretty sure that the mirror was going to do that. Which begs the question. Well, I guess they're in this cellar specifically because the house is a way bigger target, right? If they somehow were to breach the house, I guess they still wouldn't be able to get to the cellar. Although now we got rid of the frickin' boulder on top of it, so I feel like they should probably do something about this, but I think the game is ignoring it a little bit, right? I don't think that it's actually supposed to be, you know, completely accessible to everybody now. As long as you still don't know about it, you probably won't find it, but alright. Still very interesting to me. I just imagine the situation, right, where we've literally talked to the people that are currently standing in front of Zandalore's house, and we've seen one of the guys being blown to bits, or at least blown out of the door, because he activated some sort of trap that's within the house. And I just imagine the looks on their faces if we just walk out of the house, right? And it's just not elaborating on it, just, oh, hi. Hi, guys, what are you doing? We just, you know, had a casual stroll around Zandalore's bed.
Still, entering the house will be the least of your worries. Zandalore himself has called forth every manner of protection to discourage would-be intruders, and you will have to defeat them all in order to reach the bedroom.
Oh. Huh. Well, that doesn't sound too great. I'm a little bit... Well, I wouldn't say confused, but I feel like I'm almost skipping ahead a little bit. I mean, I know that I specifically skipped the whole infiltrate the Immaculates type stuff in Silverglen. Mostly because I wanted to see if I could do it, right? Or if the game at some point forced me back there. would be funny to see what happened if I were to go back to Silver Glen and you know, try to join the Immaculates. I wonder what they would say, but... Well, this just seems like it's going to put in... Like, okay, so if I enter his house, go through all the trouble of finding whatever they want me to look for there, and... Well, afterwards, I would just go off to the Phantom Forest, right? Like, what would be the reason of sticking around in this place?
Now, the last thing he said doesn't make much sense to an outsider. Perhaps you or the witch will manage to make better sense of it. He said, and I quote, "She is coming. I only hope I can reach the temple first. If she finds the portal..." He didn't finish after that.
So he was aware of Leandra's coming, which makes sense. I mean, why else would he go through all the trouble? But... All right.
Before you go, perhaps we might impose on you, well, a favor, you see. Source Hunter, we need a way out of this place.
There we go.
It's only a matter of time before the savages upstairs find us, and trying to leave through the village is as good as suicide. But Zandalore has his own means of travel, a waypoint shrine in his own chambers reserved for his personal use. If we could only get there, we'd be able to flee this place lickety-split. The only trouble is what I've already mentioned. The wizard's house is rigged from top to bottom. If you'll be disabling its defenses, we'll slip through without problem. Good luck, Source Hunter, and unimaginable thanks from me and mine.
All right, well, at least that's good, because I was really worried that these people were going to be found at some point, right? I was thinking of talking to the cat that gave me the quest to begin with, but I think at this point I will I will probably do that, right? Let's try and go through the house, find what he wanted us to find, and while we're doing that, help these people escape. And once they're gone, not only then can I talk to the cat and everything, and then... Well, technically, if these three are gone, right, at that point, as far as I know, nobody should be left here, which should give me free reign to do whatever the hell I damn please with the whole village and the orc warrior situation, right? So at that point, I wouldn't really have to worry about anything else and could, well, try to come up with some sort of weird solution here and try to figure out what we can do about this. And if we, I mean, when I entered this village, right, it very much seemed like they somehow wanted me to, like, get them to fight each other. So that's still, I guess, the ultimate goal here. And I do feel like I'm somewhat close to that, right? With the whole armory key situation and that guy seemingly having been killed and stuck through that grate at the Knight's Temple. I'm just really unsure how I'm supposed to really use that, because I feel like the Knight's Temple in and of itself really isn't a solution, or I don't know if I'm supposed to go there yet. It's definitely all pretty mysterious still, but yeah, I feel like it will make sense to do this first and then come back and deal with the rest of the village, because that way I know that everybody's you know, safe. Did something just happen to the cat?
Where am I? Is this real?
Are you alright, cat?
I feel as though I've been living in a dream. I was bathing myself, as I've done a million times over, when suddenly a curious sensation came over me, as if my mind were no longer mine. I saw, but I did not see. I was as one possessed.
Wait, nothing to elaborate on that? Was that maybe Zandalore? Was Zandalore somehow using the cat to make sure that these three were okay, and now that we are here, he knows that it's fine? Might be. Might be. Anyways, that's going to be it for now. I had originally planned to stream a little bit longer, but unfortunately, I think, yeah, it will be better for me to stop now. Because that way I can still prepare some stuff and have to work tomorrow and Saturday, so that's also, you know, will take up some time. That being said, we will return to Divinity on Sunday. Let me save real quick, make sure. And this way I will definitely have something to look forward to. This is going to be really, really interesting. I'm looking forward to infiltrating Zandalor's house. I wonder what kind of defenses he has put up there. I hope it's not only weird trap rooms. I would rather prefer to have, you know, cool, elaborate encounters rather than weird traps. I feel like as much fun as environmental traps were in the beginning of the game, they've very quickly lost their, or rather I have fairly quickly lost my fascination with them. Oh, wait, oops. I think I saved it with the wrong thing. Well, important thing is that I saved. But yeah, the environmental traps, ever since that weird stuff with the Sentinels and Hyberheim, I'm really not that much of a fan of it anymore. It is still pretty cool. It's just, it's not as intricate as you might think in the beginning. And, you know, once you've done a couple of them, they become a little bit more tedious rather than fun. At least in my opinion. So yeah, I hope that we'll find some really, really cool and interesting actual encounters in there, right? Stuff where I can, you know, just have cool turn-based battles, because that's the biggest strength of this game, even though it's, you know, a pretty good game all around, but the really, really cool encounters, that's what I'm here for, mostly. Yeah, in terms of the stream schedule, as always, you can take a look at my stream schedule here on Twitch to know when I'll be live. I'll try to adjust that to when I'll be live all the time, and should be fairly accurate. So, talking about that, Divinity Original Sin will return on Sunday. Almost same starting time as today. Will be half an hour later. I don't know how long I'll go on Sunday, though. Probably not that long, because there will be another session of Ultimate Dragonsong's Reprise Reclears on Sunday evening. So, yeah. 2 streams on Sunday. And then next week, I will be returning to Demon Souls as well. I'll most likely do it like this, where I'll split them, right, with, I don't know, Demon Souls Wednesday, Divinity Thursday, but then I obviously also want to stream at some other points. It's all going to depend on certain real life things, so I will talk about that when we get there. But yeah, next stream will be Divinity Original Sin on Sunday, 8:30 UTC, and then some more Dragon Songs Reprise Reclears at 6 p.m. UTC. Right. So, I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye!